The world dissolved around me in a flash of azure light, that familiar sensation of dimensional transit washing over my consciousness like a tide. But unlike the violent, jarring transition into the fallen realm, this felt smooth, controlled, like stepping through a doorway rather than being hurled through space by an angry god. When the light faded, I found myself standing on familiar stone beneath my feet. The tournament arena, the same massive circular structure carved into the mountainside that I'd entered what felt like days ago, though I knew it had only been hours in the outside world. I blinked, adjusting to the sudden change in lighting. Instead of the sickly green-black twilight of the fallen realm, natural sunlight streamed down from above. Real sunlight, warm and clean, without the oppressive weight of death essence that had pressed against us constantly in Ancestor Tion's realm. Wei Lin materialized beside me, his 10th stage spiritual pressure still radiating that new, denser quality I was getting used to. He looked around with the same disorientation I felt, probably trying to process the abrupt transition from what felt like life-or-death survival to tournament ceremony. "Back to civilization," he said, brushing some lingering death essence off his robes. "I have to admit, I'm not going to miss that place. It's good to be back," I smiled. A few feet away stood Wu Kongming, Luo Yichen, and Meng Haoran, who had arrived just before us. Wu Kongming caught my eye and gave me a subtle nod of respect, which I returned. Despite everything that had happened between our teams, there was an understanding there now. We'd fought side by side against the realm's creatures, and that kind of shared experience created bonds that went beyond simple competition. Or at least I hope it did. I would hate to have to go through the process of convincing him that I wasn't after his woman again. Luo Yichen looked significantly better than when I'd last seen him. The exhaustion and fear from our battles in the realm had been replaced by quiet confidence. His hand rested casually on the mirror water blade at his side, but there was no hostility in his posture. If anything, he seemed almost grateful. Meng Haoran just looked relieved to be alive. The 7th stage cultivator had been through more than most during the trial, and it showed in the way he kept glancing around as if expecting another shadow phoenix to drop from the sky. "Ku-in," Wu Kongming said, his voice carrying that same controlled tone he always used. "I look forward to continuing our discussion under more controlled circumstances." I returned his nod with a small smile. "Likewise, though I have to say, fighting alongside you was more enjoyable than I expected. You're not quite as brooding as your reputation suggests." "My reputation?" Wu Kongming's eyebrow raised slightly. I wasn't aware I had developed such a reputation. I couldn't help but smile wider at that response. It didn't surprise me in the least that Wu Kongming had no idea about his own reputation. After all, he was the classic quiet, brooding protagonist type who usually didn't realize or even care about the chaos they created around them. The kind of person who could casually defeat a higher realm cultivator and act like it was perfectly normal. Honestly, I preferred dealing with his type compared to the reckless, loudmouth protagonists who announced their every technique and feeling to anyone within shouting distance. At least with Wu Kongming, you knew where you stood. He'd either respect you or he wouldn't, but he wouldn't waste time with dramatic speeches about it either way. I glanced around the arena, taking stock of our surroundings. The massive circular structure looked exactly the same as when we'd left it, with its tiered seating and glowing protection formations carved into the walls. But something felt different about the atmosphere. Where before there had been over 100 teams of 3 clustered in the center of the arena, now there were significantly fewer people. I did a quick count, trying to identify familiar faces among the remaining competitors. 43 teams, 128 disciples out of what had been nearly 300 participants. The elimination rate was brutal as expected. The Fallen Realm had been designed to test more than just cultivation level. It had challenged adaptability, teamwork, tactical thinking, luck, and sheer determination. A lot of disciples who might have performed well in standard combat would have struggled with the realm's unique hazards and psychological pressure. Looking around at the survivors, I recognized most of the major names. Yuan Zhen stood with his sworn brothers, looking as composed and unflappable as ever. His team had clearly made it through without significant difficulty, probably encountering the kinds of manageable challenges that the realm seemed to provide for normal competitors. Chun Feng and his Shadow Wraith squad had also advanced, though they looked considerably more battered than Yuan Zhen's group. Chun Feng's usually pristine appearance was marred by tears in his robes and what looked like claw marks across his left arm. The Ghost Step expert had apparently faced some genuine opposition during the trial. Ming Yu's team was present as well, the water cultivator's fluid grace undiminished despite whatever they'd endured. Her poison expert teammate looked particularly pleased with himself. They probably found opportunities to test their more esoteric techniques against the realm's inhabitants. Earth Fist Lu stood like a mountain among the survivors, his massive frame unmarked by battle. His ranged specialists flanked him, and I could see satisfaction in their formation. They'd probably approached the trial with the stable efficiency I'd come to expect from Earth cultivators. But there were notable absences too. Teams that had been considered strong contenders were simply gone. The elimination hadn't been based purely on cultivation level. The realm had been random in ways that standard power rankings couldn't predict. I looked around for Lin Mei and the other eliminated participants, but they were nowhere to be seen. A knot of disappointment settled in my stomach, even though I'd known this moment was coming. The reality of her elimination still felt strange after everything we'd been through together. "Master," Azure said gently, apparently sensing my mood. She made the right choice. And more importantly, she made it herself. That takes a different kind of strength than what we needed in the fallen realm. I nodded internally, knowing he was right. Lin Mei had shown more courage in that final moment than most cultivators displayed in years of training. Still, it was going to feel odd competing without her. My attention was drawn to the elder viewing section when I noticed something that made me do a double take. One of the elders, a man I didn't recognize, appeared to be chained to his seat with what looked like bands of crystallized starlight. The restraints were beautiful in their own way, but definitely not the kind of thing you'd expect to see in a formal elder gathering. Follow current novels on novelfire.net. Wei Lin, I murmured, subtly nodding toward the viewing platform. Is it just me, or is that elder bound to his chair? Wei Lin glanced up casually, then his eyes widened slightly. That's unusual. Wonder what he did to earn that kind of attention. I decided it was definitely none of my business and tried to put it out of my mind. Whatever politics were happening among the sect's leadership were way above my pay grade. As an outer disciple, even one who just demonstrated some unusual abilities, getting involved in elder-level conflicts was a good way to end up as collateral damage. Did you know this text is from a different site? Read the official version to support the creator. Better to focus on things I could actually influence. The crowd noise that had been building since our return began to quiet as Elder Wan stepped forward on the viewing platform. The same elder who'd explained the rules of the fallen realm now commanded attention with a simple gesture, his spiritual pressure radiating outward to still the conversations of thousands of spectators. Disciples of Azure Peak Sect, Elder Wan's voice carried easily across the arena. Congratulations to those who have successfully completed the first stage of this year's tournament. A cheer rose from the spectator sections, family members and friends celebrating their loved one's advancement. I caught a glimpse of my parents in the core disciple viewing area, both looking relieved and proud. My mother was wiping her eyes with a handkerchief while my father stood with his arms crossed, trying to project calm despite the obvious tension in his shoulders. They'd watched everything. Every battle, every near-death experience, every moment of danger we'd faced in that cursed realm. I could only imagine what that had been like for them, watching their son fight creatures that could easily massacre entire villages while being powerless to help. The fallen realm has tested your courage, your adaptability, and your ability to work as a team under extreme pressure, Elder Wan continued. Those of you who stand here now have proven yourselves worthy of advancement. However, your trials are far from over. He gestured, and formation arrays around the arena began to glow. Before we proceed to the next stage, we must retrieve our remaining participants. The air in the center of the arena began to shimmer and distort. Suddenly, dozens of flashes of silver light erupted across the space, as the remaining cultivators still trapped in the fallen realm were forcibly expelled. They appeared in groups of 3, looking disoriented and defeated. Beside them materialized teams that had been eliminated earlier in the tournament. I wasn't sure where they were held after their elimination, but their faces still bore the bitter sting of premature defeat. Many of these groups stood in tense clusters, with 2 members casting reproachful glances at their third teammate, the one whose failure had sealed their collective fate. Some crossed their arms and turned away entirely, while others shook their heads in visible disappointment. The eliminated cultivator in each group typically stood apart, shoulders hunched under the weight of their teammates' silent accusations, unable to meet their eyes as the reality of their costly mistake hung heavy in the air between them. Among the newly arrived cultivators, I spotted Lin Mei. She was near the arena's eastern entrance, looking tired but unharmed. Her 6-stage cultivation had held up well considering everything we'd been through, and there was no shame in her elimination. She'd made it further than most disciples her age and cultivation level had any right to expect. Our eyes met across the arena, and she flashed me a brilliant smile despite her disappointment. She mouthed something that looked like "good luck" before gesturing toward Wei Lin with obvious affection. Even in elimination, she was thinking about our success rather than her own setback. "She's proud of you," I said quietly, just loud enough for him to hear. "Both of you made it farther than most people thought possible." "I know," Wei Lin replied, his voice tight with emotion. "It's just, we've been through so much together. Competing without her feels wrong." "Then make it count," I suggested. "Win something worth winning, so that when you see her again, you can tell her it was worth the sacrifice." Wei Lin nodded, his spiritual pressure stabilizing as he regained his composure. "You're right. No point in wasting the opportunity she gave us." Elder Wan waited for the last of the expelled participants to fully materialize before continuing his address. "To those who did not advance, do not consider this failure. The Fallen Realm is one of the most challenging trials our sect has devised, and simply surviving its dangers marks you as cultivators of exceptional promise. Your time will come." He gestured toward the arena exits, where sect servants were waiting to escort the eliminated participants. "Please proceed to the medical pavilion for healing and recovery. The sect's resources are at your disposal." I watched as Lin Mei joined the stream of eliminated cultivators heading toward the exits. She looked back once, catching my eye again and giving a small wave before disappearing into the crowd. And just like that, the team phase was over. The 128 survivors scattered around the arena weren't teammates anymore. We were competitors, enemies in the most literal sense, since only one of us could claim the championship and its unprecedented rewards. I felt the shift in the air immediately, that subtle change in spiritual pressure that came when cultivators stopped thinking of each other as allies and started evaluating potential threats. Conversations became more guarded. Glances turned calculating. The easy camaraderie that had developed during our struggles in the Fallen Realm was already beginning to dissolve. Wei Lin seemed to sense it too. When I turned toward him, I found him studying me with an expression I'd never seen before. Not unfriendly, but assessing, like he was seeing me clearly for the first time. We'd been through hell together, fought side by side, saved each other's lives, shared resources and techniques. But now we were standing on opposite sides of a single elimination bracket that would pit us against each other if we both advanced far enough. The Elemental Chamber. 3 days of cultivation in the sect's most sacred space. Guaranteed breakthrough to the elemental realm with perfect foundations. It was the kind of opportunity that came once in a lifetime, if that. Worth fighting for. Worth fighting each other for. "So," Wei Lin said quietly, his voice carrying a note of finality, "this is where it gets interesting." I nodded, understanding exactly what he meant. Our friendship wasn't ending, but the dynamics were changing in ways that couldn't be ignored. We both wanted that prize. We both deserved a shot at it. And if the bracket put us against each other, well, we'd deal with that when it happened. Wei Lin extended his hand, and I clasped it firmly. The gesture was warm, brotherly even, but there was something else beneath it. the kind of competitive fire that existed between siblings who genuinely cared about each other but also desperately wanted to prove who was better. Like brothers arguing over who could climb the highest tree, except the stake was a chance to instantly break through to the elemental realm. You know, Wei Lin said with a grin that was equal parts affectionate and challenging. I've been waiting for a chance to properly test myself against you. No holding back. No team tactics to worry about. Careful what you wish for, I replied, matching his grin with one of my own. I might just give you more than you bargained for. May the best cultivator win, he said, his grip tightening slightly. May the best cultivator win, I replied, squeezing back just as firmly. Once the arena was cleared of eliminated participants, Elder Wan turned his attention back to those of us who remained. The space felt vast now, 43 teams scattered across an arena designed to hold thousands of spectators. Now, the Elder announced, his voice carrying a note of anticipation. We come to the true test of individual prowess, the Grand Outer Sect Tournament Bracket Stage. He gestured, and a massive formation array in the air above us began to glow. Numbers and lines appeared, forming the outline of a tournament bracket that stretched across the sky like a constellation. The tournament is designed as a single elimination bracket, Elder Wan explained, apparently noting the confused expressions on some of the faces. 128 Outer Sect disciples will compete. Only one will emerge as champion. 7 rounds await you, he continued. The round of 128, where many will fall in the opening exchanges. The round of 64, where true talent begins to separate from mere ambition. The round of 32, where techniques clash and legends are born. The round of 16, known as the Dragon Gate, where passing through marks a disciple as truly exceptional. The bracket continued to expand above us, showing the progression from hundreds of participants down to a single winner. Then come the quarterfinals, where only 8 remain, the semifinals, where monsters face monsters, and finally, the grand final, where destiny itself will be decided. Single elimination, I muttered quietly. No second chances, no margin for error. That's how real combat works, Azure pointed out. You don't get do-overs when someone's trying to kill you. Fair point, though it didn't make the format any less intimidating. One bad matchup, one moment of carelessness, one opponent with the perfect counter to your techniques, and months of preparation would be wasted. Each battle, Elder One added, will take place within a randomly selected inner world, providing unique challenges and terrain for every match. Adaptability will be as important as raw power. That was both good and bad news. Fighting in different inner worlds would prevent any one participant from having a consistent home field advantage, but it also meant we'd need to be ready for anything. Desert worlds, ocean worlds, worlds of eternal winter or blazing summer. Each environment would favor different fighting styles and techniques. Master, Azure commented. This actually plays to our strengths. Your world-walking experience means you're more adaptable to foreign environments than most cultivators your age. He was right. I'd spent months traveling between different worlds, each with their own rules and conditions. While other participants might struggle to adapt their techniques to unfamiliar terrain, I'd learned to be flexible by necessity. From the corner of my eye, I noticed the excited look on Wei Lin's face. Someone like him, with his marketplace method that could convert between different energy types, would also have a significant advantage over more traditional cultivators who specialize too heavily in one area. Elder Wan's expression grew stern as he delivered his next announcement. During the 3-day preparation period, no participant is permitted to leave the sect grounds. This restriction is absolute and will be enforced. As he spoke those words, his gaze moved across the assembled participants and seemed to linger on me for just a moment longer than the others. I felt a chill run down my spine that had nothing to do with the afternoon breeze. They're worried about something, Azure observed, probably related to the foreign energies you displayed in the Fallen Realm. Can't have their prize specimens wandering off before they figure out what makes them tick. You might be reading a stolen copy. Visit Royal Road for the authentic version. I suppressed a grimace. The red and blue sun energies had definitely attracted attention, and maybe not the good kind. I'd known this was inevitable the moment the clone had used them in front of the entire sect, but knowing something was coming didn't make it any more comfortable. The question was whether they saw me as a valuable asset to protect or a resource to exploit. You will have 3 days to rest, recover, and prepare for the individual battles, Elder Wan announced. The medicinal pavilion is open to all participants free of charge. Use this time wisely. That was welcome news. For more chapters, visit novel-white-concave-sided-diamondfire.net. 3 days would give me time to properly rest, stabilize some of the new insights I'd gained from absorbing the realm stabilizing tree and breaking through to pseudo-elemental realm, work on my weaknesses, and definitely spend some time figuring out a game plan to defeat other top competitors like Wei Lin and Wu Kongming. Elder Wan's expression took on an almost paternal quality as he continued. Some of you may be approached by elders during this interim period. If you are honored with such attention, treasure the opportunity. Guidance from those who have walked the path before you can make not just your battles easier, but your entire cultivation journey more efficient. I found myself wondering which elders, if any, would pay me a visit. It would make sense for them to want to investigate the red and blue sun energies I'd displayed. The question was whether they'd come as teachers offering genuine guidance or interrogators seeking to extract my secrets. I'd already allowed Elder Qin Yong to examine the blue sun energy months ago, back when I'd first started learning formation work. If other elders offered something worthwhile in return for similar examinations, I didn't see why I wouldn't cooperate. The truth was, I couldn't resist them if the sect's leadership decided to force the issue. Civilization realm cultivators like Sect Master Yuan operated on a level so far beyond my current abilities that resistance would be meaningless. In that case, I might as well try to get something valuable out of the exchange and maintain some semblance of control over the process. Better to negotiate from a position of apparent cooperation than to wait for them to simply take what they wanted. As Elder Wan prepared to dismiss us, I found my gaze drifting upward to the highest viewing platform where the sect's most senior leadership observed the proceedings. Most of the elders looked pleased with the tournament's progress, discussing the results in low voices. But it was Sect Master Yuan who drew my attention. The legendary civilization realm cultivator stood slightly apart from the others, his ageless features composed in an expression of calm observation. There was something about his posture, the way he held himself, that spoke of power so vast it didn't need to be displayed. Then, as if sensing my attention, his gaze shifted downward and met mine directly. The contact lasted only a moment, but it felt like an eternity. Those ancient eyes seemed to see straight through me, cataloging every secret, every hidden technique, every carefully guarded truth. The chill that ran down my spine had nothing to do with fear or malice. It was simply the natural response my body made to being examined by a being whose power transcended my understanding. I quickly looked away, focusing on a random point in the arena wall until the sensation of being studied faded. Whatever Sect Master Yuan had been looking for, I hoped I'd passed whatever test that momentary examination represented. With that, Elder Wan announced, "You are dismissed. Rest well, train wisely, and prepare yourselves for the trials ahead. The individual competition begins after 3 days. Return here at dawn." As the other participants began to disperse, heading toward the arena exits in small groups, I remained standing in place for a moment longer. The weight of what lay ahead was starting to sink in. 128 cultivators. 7 rounds of elimination. Battles in unknown worlds against opponents I'd never fought before. And somewhere at the end of it all, assuming I could make it that far, likely a confrontation with Wu Kongming. Well, I murmured, this should be interesting. But first, I had to face a different kind of challenge entirely. My parents had watched the entire trial of the Fallen Realm through the sect's viewing arrays. They'd seen me battle wraiths and shadow phoenixes, watched me absorb a realm-stabilizing tree, witnessed my breakthrough to pseudo-elemental realm. They were going to have questions. Lots of questions. And honestly, I wasn't entirely sure how to answer them. "Well," Wei Lin said, noticing me glancing at the core disciple stands where my parents stood, "this should be an interesting conversation with the family." "That's one word for it," I replied, starting toward the arena exit. "Though I'm thinking terrifying, might be more accurate. Come on, Wei Lin grinned. How bad could it be? I gave him a look that clearly communicated exactly how bad I thought it could be. After all, how do you explain to your mortal parents that their son has become something they never imagined? Something that might not even qualify as entirely human anymore? Time to find out, I supposed. I took a deep breath and made my way through the dispersing crowd toward the core disciple viewing section where my parents waited with Lu Chun. The arena was slowly emptying as families and friends reunited with the survivors, creating pockets of celebration and relief throughout the massive structure. As I climbed the steps toward their section, I could see my parents' faces clearly for the first time since the portal had closed behind us. My mother's eyes were red-rimmed from crying, though she was trying to compose herself by dabbing at her face with the handkerchief I'd seen her using earlier. My father stood with his arms crossed, his jaw set in that particular way that meant he was processing something difficult but trying to stay strong. Lu Chun spotted me first, his young face breaking into a relieved grin. Brother Ku, that was incredible. The way you fought that wraith, and then the sand creature and that tree. Lu Chun, my father interrupted gently. Let him catch his breath first. My mother rushed forward before I'd even reached their seats, wrapping me in a fierce hug that spoke of hours of suppressed terror. I could feel her trembling slightly against my chest, and the realization hit me all over again. They'd watched everything. Every battle, every moment where I'd come close to dying, every technique that marked me as something beyond their understanding. My boy, she whispered against my shoulder, her voice thick with emotion. My brave, foolish boy. I hugged her back, careful not to squeeze too tightly with my enhanced strength. Over her head, I met my father's eyes. The look he gave me was complex, pride and fear and something that might have been all mixed together. Mother, I said softly. I'm okay. We made it through. She pulled back to study my face, her hands coming up to cup my cheeks. Are you hurt? That creature with the claws, it injured you. Wei Lin helped heal that, I assured her. The death essence has been purged from my system. I'm fine, really. Lu Chun bounced on his toes beside us, still radiating excitement. Uncle Hong, Aunt Li Xue, you should have seen how Brother Ko created that formation trap. The wraith couldn't maintain its intangibility anymore. And then, we saw, my father said quietly, his voice carrying a note I couldn't quite identify. We saw all of it. There was a moment of silence that stretched between us, heavy with unspoken questions and fears. I could practically feel the weight of what they'd witnessed pressing down on our small gathering. Perhaps we should sit down, I suggested, gesturing toward the cushioned seats Lu Chun had arranged for them. My mother nodded, settling onto the plush bench while keeping one hand on my arm as if afraid I might disappear again. My father remained standing for a moment longer, studying me with those careful eyes that had spent years measuring fabric and gauging the quality of his work. Ian, he said finally, what happened to you in there? The breakthrough, the tree, those energies. He trailed off, clearly struggling with concepts that had no equivalent in his mortal experience. I sank onto the seat beside my mother, trying to figure out how to explain the pseudo-elemental realm cultivation to people who'd never circulated qi in their lives. The realm contains special resources, I began carefully. When cultivators advance, sometimes we encounter opportunities that can accelerate our progress. The tree was formed from a failed cultivation attempt, and absorbing it helped stabilize my advancement. But the energies you displayed, Lu Chun added, his eyes bright with curiosity. The red and blue lights during your breakthrough, those aren't normal qi manifestations. I shot him a look that hopefully conveyed that this might not be the best time for technical cultivation discussions. He caught the hint and settled back with a sheepish expression. Are you in danger because of it? My mother asked, her maternal instincts cutting straight to the heart of what mattered to her. Will other cultivators try to hurt you for having these abilities? Enjoying this book? Seek out the original to ensure the author gets credit. The question was more perceptive than she probably realized. The sex prohibition on leaving the grounds, the way some of the elders had been looking at me, yes, there were definitely complications ahead. The sect protects its disciples, I said, which was true if incomplete. And I'm not the only one with unusual abilities. Wu Kongming, Wei Lin, several others. We all have our own advantages and secrets. My father finally sat down, his expression thoughtful. You're not telling us everything. It wasn't a question, and the quiet certainty in his voice reminded me why he'd been successful enough as a tailor to support a family and take on apprentices. You didn't build a reputation for quality work without being able to read people and situations accurately. There are things I can't share, I admitted. Not because I don't trust you, but because some knowledge is dangerous for non-cultivators to possess. The cultivation world has its own rules and politics that, I searched for the right words, that operate on scales you don't need to worry about. Don't need to or shouldn't? My mother asked, her tone sharper than usual. We watched our son battle creatures that could have killed him a dozen times over. We saw him display powers that made even other cultivators stare in shock. Don't tell us we don't need to worry. I reached over to take her hand, feeling how small and fragile it seemed compared to my cultivation-enhanced grip. You're right, I said. I can't ask you not to worry, but I can promise you that I'm careful, that I have good friends and allies, and that I understand the risks I'm taking. Fresh chapters posted on novelfire.net. Lu Chun leaned forward in his seat, his young face serious despite his usual enthusiasm. Uncle Hong, Aunt Lishue, Brother Ku is one of the most talented disciples in the outer sect. The elders have taken notice of his abilities, and that means protection as much as it means attention. From what we've observed, my father said slowly, talent in the cultivation world seems to attract as much danger as protection. He wasn't wrong. In the stories I'd read back on Earth, exceptional abilities were as likely to paint a target on your back as they were to earn you respect. And from what I'd experienced in this world, those stories weren't far from reality. Azure, I thought, any wisdom on handling worried parents who've just watched their son fight for his life on magical television? Tell them the truth, Azure replied. Not all of it, but the parts that matter. They're not fools, and treating them like children won't help anyone. I took a breath and looked between my parents' faces, my mother's open concern and my father's careful assessment. You're both right to be worried, I said. The cultivation world is dangerous, and my abilities will bring both opportunities and risks. But hiding from those risks won't make them go away. The only real protection comes from getting stronger, finding trustworthy allies, and being smart about which battles to fight. And you believe you're being smart about this tournament? My father asked. I considered the question seriously. Was I being smart? I'd been forced to enter a competition that would pit me against some of the most talented young cultivators in the sect, with unknown environmental challenges and a prize that would inevitably attract the attention of powerful figures. I believe it's a necessary risk, I said finally. The elemental chamber isn't just a prize. It's a foundation that could determine the entire trajectory of my cultivation path. And if I'm going to face the dangers that come with my abilities anyway, I'd rather face them from a position of strength. My mother squeezed my hand. We're proud of you, she said quietly. Terrified but proud. What you did in that realm, the way you protected your teammates and fought those creatures, that took real courage. And skill, my father added. More skill than I think I fully understood you possessed. Lu Chen grinned. Brother Ku is amazing. You should see him work with formations. He can create arrays that most practitioners twice his age would struggle with. And his combat abilities are just as impressive. The praise felt good, but it also highlighted the growing distance between who I was now and the Ku-in my parents had known. The village tailor's son who'd helped with needlework and delivery runs was becoming someone they could admire but might struggle to recognize. Before the mood could turn melancholy, my father stood up with a decisive expression. Well, he said, clapping me on the shoulder with a grip that was surprisingly firm for a mortal. Now that you've proven yourself a man in battle, I think it's time for another important milestone. I blinked at him. What do you mean? A small smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Your first drink. And it's on me. I couldn't help but grin at that, even as I kept to myself that I'd actually had plenty of drinks both back on Earth and in this world. Elder Chen Yong had introduced me to spiritual wine a week ago, and there had been a few other occasions where alcohol had been involved. But the look of paternal pride on my father's face made it clear that this moment meant something to him, and I wasn't about to take that away. "I'd like that," I said, and meant it. Lu Chen perked up immediately. "There's a tavern in the guest section of the outer sect," he said. "The Jade Cup. It's where disciples and their families usually go for celebrations." My mother smiled, the first genuinely happy expression I'd seen from her since the tournament ended. "That sounds lovely. It's been a very long day." As we made our way down from the viewing stands and through the winding pathways of the sect, I found myself appreciating the simple pleasure of walking with my family. The tournament arena grew smaller behind us, and the immediate intensity of competition faded into something I could deal with tomorrow. The guest section of the outer sect was a collection of well-maintained buildings designed to accommodate visiting families and dignitaries. The architecture was simpler than the core disciple areas but still showed the sect's attention to detail. Clean lines, harmonious proportions, and subtle formation work that maintained comfortable temperatures and lighting. The Jade Cup occupied the ground floor of one of the larger buildings, its entrance marked by a pair of jade-green lanterns that cast a warm, inviting light. Through the windows, we could see other families gathered around wooden tables. The atmosphere relaxed and friendly, rather than the formal hierarchy that dominated most sect spaces. Inside, the tavern was everything Lu Chen had promised. The main room was spacious but not cavernous, with round tables that encouraged conversation and walls decorated with landscape paintings that seemed to shift subtly when you weren't looking directly at them. Probably minor illusion formations designed to create a peaceful atmosphere. A middle-aged woman approached us as we entered, her smile genuine and welcoming. "Good evening. Celebrating anything special today?" "My son advanced to the next stage of the tournament," my father replied, the pride in his voice unmistakable. "Wonderful. Let me find you a nice table." She led us to a corner spot that offered both privacy and a good view of the room. The table was solid wood polished to a warm glow, with cushioned chairs that were clearly designed for comfort rather than status display. "What can I bring you?" she asked as we settled in. My father looked at me expectantly. "What would you recommend for a young man's first proper drink?" The server's expression brightened. "Ah, a milestone. We have a lovely rice wine that's not too strong but has excellent flavor. Or if you prefer something with spiritual essence, there's a mild fruit wine that's popular with the younger cultivators." "The fruit wine sounds perfect," I said, while my mother ordered tea and Lu Chen requested a sweet drink that was apparently popular with the junior disciples. As we waited for our orders, I looked around the tavern with interest. The other patrons were a mix of outer sect disciples, visiting family members, and sect servants who'd finished their daily duties. The conversations were animated but not loud, creating a pleasant background hum. "This is nice," my mother said, settling back in her chair. "Much more comfortable than some of the formal areas we've seen. The sect understands that families need places to just be together," Lu Chen explained. "Not everything has to be about hierarchy and cultivation advancement." Just as our drinks arrived, Lu Chen stood up with an apologetic smile. "I should probably get going," he said, bowing slightly to my parents. "I need to check on Rocky's training schedule for tomorrow. Elder Song wants us to practice some new compression techniques." I suspected he was just being tactful and giving us family time, which I appreciated. "Thank you for everything today, Lu Chen. For taking care of my parents, for explaining things during the tournament." "It was my pleasure, Brother Ku. Uncle Hong, Aunt Li Xue. Enjoy your evening." He gave us another small bow before making his way toward the tavern entrance. Once he was gone, my father raised his cup of fruit wine. He'd decided to join me in the milestone moment. The server had assured us that the fruit wine contained only trace amounts of spiritual essence, just enough to provide a gentle replenishing feeling without any risk to a mortal system. The only danger would be if he drank too much, but my father had always been a man of moderation. "To my son," he said solemnly, his voice thick with emotion as he looked directly into my eyes, who has grown into a man I'm proud to call family, not just because of your cultivation or your achievements, but because through all your growth, you've remained the kind-hearted boy we raised. We clinked our cups together with a soft ceramic chime that seemed to echo with significance. The rice wine was actually quite good, with a clean flavor that went down smoothly. I made sure to show appropriate appreciation, taking measured sips and nodding approvingly as my father watched with paternal satisfaction. His fruit wine seemed to agree with him. I could see a subtle flush of warmth in his cheeks and a more relaxed set to his shoulders. "What do you think?" he asked, and I could hear the hope in his voice that this simple tradition would bridge the gap between his mortal world and my cultivation path. "It's excellent," I replied honestly, raising my cup again. "Thank you for sharing this with me, Father, for sharing this moment." In that moment, watching my father's face light up with pride as he shared his first taste of the cultivation world, I realized that no amount of power or advancement could compare to this simple joy of making the people you love proud of who you've become. SSN0velfire.net. "So," my father said, breaking the silence, "tell us about the next round. What should we expect?" I took another sip of the wine while I considered how to answer. The truth was, I didn't know exactly what to expect either. Single elimination tournaments were straightforward in concept but unpredictable in execution. "Well, it's going to be very different from what you just witnessed," I began. "The Fallen Realm was about survival and teamwork. The individual battles will be about pure combat ability, but they'll take place in controlled environments with proper supervision." "Controlled how?" my mother asked, her hand unconsciously moving to rest over her growing belly. "Each match will be held in a randomly selected inner world," I explained. "These are pocket dimensions with different terrains and conditions to test adaptability. But unlike the Fallen Realm, there will be elders monitoring every fight, ready to intervene if someone's life is genuinely threatened." My father raised an eyebrow. "That's reassuring, but you're still going to be fighting other cultivators who want to win just as badly as you do." "True," I admitted, "but there's a difference between fighting for your life and fighting for advancement. In the tournament, my opponents will be trying to defeat me, not murder me. There's no benefit to killing your opponent, and every reason to avoid it." "What do you mean?" my mother asked, though her expression suggested she wasn't entirely convinced. "These are all Outer Sect disciples who want to advance within the Azure Peak sect," I explained, leaning forward slightly. "Deliberately killing a fellow disciple during a sanctioned tournament wouldn't just get you disqualified. It would probably get you expelled or worse. The sect invests resources in training us, and they don't appreciate that investment being wasted. This story has been stolen from Royal Road. If you read it on Amazon, please report it." "And accidentally?" my father pressed, because of course he would think of that angle. "Accidents can happen in any combat situation," I said honestly. "But the tournament has multiple safety measures in place. There are Life Realm elders monitoring every fight, cultivators so powerful that they could stop any technique we're capable of using before it could cause permanent damage. Plus, the sect has access to healing resources that can treat injuries that would be fatal anywhere else." I paused, trying to find the right words to reassure them without downplaying the real risks. "Look, I won't lie to you, cultivation is inherently dangerous. But a sanctioned tournament with proper supervision is actually one of the safer ways to test yourself against other cultivators. It's certainly safer than the kind of random encounters that happen in the outside world." At the mention of the outside world, I watched my parents exchange a quick, worried glance. My mother's hand moved instinctively to rest over her growing belly, while my father's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. The fear was still there in their eyes, that helpless parental terror of watching their child walk into danger they couldn't protect him from. But neither of them argued further. They seemed to understand, perhaps better than I'd given them credit for, that this was simply the reality of the cultivation world. Instead, my father reached for his cup again, and my mother managed a small, brave smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Our food arrived as I finished explaining the tournament structure, and for a while we focused on eating and lighter conversation. The dishes were well prepared and flavorful, though I noticed my parents eating smaller portions than usual. Whether that was due to nerves or just the unfamiliar spiritual energy in the food, I couldn't tell. You know, my mother said during a lull in conversation, when you were little, you used to tell us stories about traveling to different worlds and meeting magical creatures. We thought it was just childhood imagination. I nearly choked on my wine. What? You were quite insistent about it, my father said with amusement. You described these elaborate adventures with talking animals and floating cities. Your mother and I worried you might be spending too much time alone. And now here you are, my mother continued, actually traveling to different realms and fighting magical creatures. It's almost like you were preparing for this life before you even knew it existed. If only they knew how accurate that observation was. I managed to keep my expression neutral, but internally I was reeling. Had the original Queen somehow retained memories from a previous life? Or was this just one of those strange coincidences that seem to crop up in cultivation stories? Maybe some people are just drawn to adventure, I said carefully, even when they don't understand why. We talked for another hour about lighter topics. My father's new apprentice, my mother's progress with the pregnancy, plans for Three Rivers Village. The conversation was comfortable and familiar, the kind of easy family discussion that had been missing from my life for longer than I cared to calculate. But underneath the warmth, I could sense the worry that my parents were trying to hide. Every so often, my mother would glance at me with an expression that was part pride, part fear. My father kept asking detailed questions about tournament safety measures, as if understanding the logistics would somehow make the dangers less real. Finally, as we were finishing our meal, my mother set down her cup and looked directly at me. "Ian," she said, her voice carrying that particular tone mothers used when they were about to say something important. "We want you to know how proud we are of what you've accomplished. When you first left for the sect, we hoped you'd find your place in the world. We never imagined you'd achieve something like this. But," my father added, and I knew there was always going to be a but, "we also need you to understand something. We want your cultivation dreams to come true. We really do. But not at the cost of your life." My mother nodded, her eyes beginning to glisten. "Nothing is worse for a parent than losing a child. Nothing. We don't need you to become the strongest cultivator in the world. We just need you to live long enough to visit us when we're old and gray. At least live longer than us," my father said quietly. "That's supposed to be the natural order of things. Parents aren't supposed to bury their children." Here were two people who loved me unconditionally, who had watched me fight monsters and witnessed powers they could barely comprehend, and their greatest fear wasn't that I might fail to achieve greatness. Their greatest fear was that I might not come home. "I understand," I said, "and I meant it. And I promise you, I'm not going to take unnecessary risks. I'm not fighting for glory or to prove anything to anyone. I'm fighting because this is the path that leads to the kind of power that can protect the people I care about." I paused, choosing my words carefully. The cultivation world is dangerous, and that danger doesn't go away just because you avoid competition. If anything, being stronger makes you safer in the long run. The tournament prize, access to the elemental chamber, would guarantee my breakthrough to the next realm. That's not just advancement, it's security. "And if you don't win?" my mother asked. "Then I continue cultivating at my own pace and find other opportunities for advancement," I replied. "I'm not putting all my hopes on a single competition. This is just one path among many." My father studied my face for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "That's a mature approach. Just remember that your mother and I love you for who you are, not what you might become. Don't lose sight of that in pursuit of power." His words hit deeper than he probably intended. I'd read countless stories where cultivators became so obsessed with reaching the peak that they sacrificed everything that made them human along the way. Their relationships, their compassion, their very sense of self. They'd achieve immortality only to discover they'd become something unrecognizable. Alone at the summit of a mountain they'd built from the bones of everyone they'd once cared about. What was the point of transcending mortality if you lost your soul in the process? Power without purpose was just destruction with better marketing. "I won't forget," I said, and meant it more than any promise I'd ever made. After all, what good is living forever if you can't remember why you wanted to live in the first place? We fell into a comfortable silence, each lost in our own thoughts as we continued sipping our drinks. My mother gazed around the tavern with quiet interest, while my father seemed to be processing everything we'd discussed. It was during this quiet moment that I realized I should take care of the bill. My parents didn't have many spirit stones, only what I'd given them during my last visit to the village, and even that was meant for their relocation expenses and emergencies. Knowing my father, he'd probably try to pay with gold or silver coins from his savings, only to be told that the tavern operated on spirit stone currency like most businesses within the sect. The embarrassment on his face when he realized he couldn't properly pay for his son's milestone drink would ruin the entire evening. Original content can be found at noveonefire.net. I couldn't let that happen. "I'll be right back," I said, standing and making my way toward the back of the tavern where a discreet sign indicated the facilities. Instead of actually using the bathroom, I approached the bar where the proprietress was organizing bottles and cleaning glasses. "Excuse me," I said quietly. "I'd like to settle the bill for our table, but could you do me a favor?" She looked up with a knowing expression that suggested this wasn't the first time a young cultivator had made this request. "Let me guess, you don't want your father to know you paid?" "Exactly. He's a proud man, and this moment means a lot to him. Could you just tell him it's on the house for advancing in the tournament?" Her smile was warm with understanding. "Of course, young master." I placed a small handful of spirit stones on the bar, probably more than the drinks were worth, but I was in a celebratory mood. "This should cover it, with something extra for the excellent service." "Very generous. Your father will never know." I returned to the table feeling pleased with the arrangement. The conversation had moved to my parents' plans for the Three Rivers Village, and I was able to contribute some suggestions about areas that might be suitable for a tailor's business. As the evening wound down and my father began looking around for our server to settle the bill, I had to hide a smile behind my cup. When he finally caught her attention and asked about payment, she beamed at him. "Oh, that's already taken care of, sir. On the house for your son advancing to the next round. The sect likes to celebrate our successful disciples." The look of pride that crossed my father's face was worth every spirit stone I'd spent and more. He sat up straighter in his chair, his chest expanding with paternal satisfaction. "Well," my father smiled, "it seems our son has made quite an impression." "It seems he has," my mother agreed, beaming at me, "though I still think he needs to eat more. All this cultivation and fighting, you're probably not getting proper nutrition." I couldn't help but laugh. "Mother, my cultivation level means I could probably survive for days without eating if I had to. My body processes spiritual energy directly now." "That doesn't mean you should," she replied firmly. "Spiritual energy or not, you're still my son, and mothers worry about these things. And they always will," my father added with amusement. "Even when you're an immortal with your own mountain peak, she'll probably still be concerned about whether you're wearing warm enough robes." My only response was a smile. As the sky outside began to darken, painting the tavern's interior in shades of gold and amber, I knew it was time to return my parents to their guest quarters. The first day of our 3-day preparation period would begin tomorrow, and I needed to start planning my approach to the individual battles. The story has been illicitly taken. Should you find it on Amazon, report the infringement. We made our way through the outer sect's winding pathways, past gardens where evening blooming spiritual flowers were beginning to open and release their subtle fragrances. My parents walked slowly, not from fatigue, but from a desire to extend these peaceful moments together. "The sect really is beautiful," my mother observed, pausing to admire a grove of bamboo that glowed softly with accumulated moonlight. "I can see why you've been happy here. It's become home," I agreed, "though I'll always consider where my family is my true home. This is just where I work." "That's a healthy perspective," my father said. "Too many young people forget their roots when they find success." When we reached the guest quarters, I walked them to their door and waited while they prepared for the evening. My mother fussed over me one more time, making sure I had everything I needed, while my father offered final words of paternal advice. "Remember what we talked about," he said, gripping my shoulder again. "Be smart, be careful, and come back to us." "I will," I promised. "Both of you get some rest. Tomorrow I'll probably be busy with preparation, but I'll try to visit in the evening if I can." "Don't worry about us," my mother said. "You focus on what you need to do. We'll be watching from the stands and cheering you on." After final hugs and goodbyes, I made my way back toward my own quarters. The outer sect was quieter now, with most disciples either cultivating in their rooms or gathered in small groups discussing the day's events. A few nodded respectfully as I passed. They'd all watched the tournament themselves through the viewing arrays, witnessing firsthand my battles in the Fallen Realm and the breakthrough to Pseudo-Elemental Realm. Some looked at me with newfound respect, others with barely concealed curiosity about the red and blue energies I'd displayed, and a few with the calculating expressions of people trying to assess a potential future opponent. When I arrived at my room, it felt smaller than I remembered, though that might have been a side effect of my recent breakthrough to the Pseudo-Elemental Realm. My spiritual senses were more acute now, making me more aware of spatial boundaries and energy flows. I'd need to adjust to the enhanced perception over the next few days. As I sat down on my bed, my mind was already turning toward tomorrow's challenges. 3 days to prepare for the individual rounds meant 3 days to train, strategize, and hopefully gain some insight into my potential opponents. Wu Kongming would be my biggest challenge if we both advanced far enough to meet. His sword techniques were genuinely impressive, and that mysterious mentor of his clearly had depths of knowledge that went far beyond what most outer sect disciples could access. Wei Lin would be formidable too, with his energy conversion abilities and 10th-stage cultivation base giving him significant advantages. Actually, he might be my most difficult opponent for reasons that had nothing to do with raw power. If we ended up fighting each other, I wouldn't be able to use the red and blue sun energies at all. The risk of Wei Lin's marketplace method accidentally absorbing those corrupting influences was too great. On that thought, I definitely needed to pay Wei Lin a visit for the conversation we'd postponed. He needed to understand exactly why those energies were so dangerous, and I needed to make sure he wouldn't try to experiment with them in the future. But that could all wait till tomorrow. Tonight, I just wanted to get some rest. I was just reaching to remove my boots when something strange happened. The walls of my room began to waver, as if I were looking at them through disturbed water. The familiar furniture, my bed, desk, bookshelf, started to fade around the edges, becoming translucent and insubstantial. "What the?" I began, then stopped as the world dissolved completely around me. The comfortable warmth of my quarters vanished, replaced by oppressive cold that seemed to seep into my bones despite my enhanced cultivation. The soft light from my room's spiritual lamps was gone, leaving me in absolute darkness that pressed against my eyes like a physical weight. And then I heard them. Screams. Distant but unmistakably human, filled with such raw agony that they made my skin crawl. The sounds echoed from all directions, as if I were standing in the center of some vast chamber where hundreds of people were being tortured simultaneously. I tried to move, to activate blink step or even just take a normal step forward, but my body felt strangely heavy and unresponsive. When I looked down, I could barely make out my own hands in the darkness. "Azure," I called out mentally, fighting down the panic that was rising in my chest. "Azure, what's happening?" But before any response could come, I heard footsteps. Slow, deliberate steps that echoed through the darkness with an authority that made the screaming voices fall silent one by one. Each footfall seemed to resonate not just through the air, but through my very bones, creating a rhythm that felt disturbingly familiar. A figure began to emerge from the absolute blackness ahead of me, resolving slowly like an image developing on paper. At first, it was just a vague outline, the suggestion of a human form. Then more details became visible. The cut of expensive robes, the way shadows seemed to cling to the figure like living things, the unmistakable bearing of someone accustomed to absolute power. As the figure stepped fully into what little light existed in this hellish place, I felt my face go pale and my blood turn to ice in my veins. I knew that face. I knew those eyes. And I knew exactly why I was here. Sect Master Yuan stood before me. This was it. This was the end of my journey. There would be no negotiations, no clever bargaining, no last-minute escapes. I would be strapped to a table somewhere and experimented on until the sect found out everything they needed to know about my abilities, my past lives, the red and blue sun energies. They would dissect my secrets like a scholar examining a particularly interesting specimen. And whatever was left of me afterward, well, that probably wouldn't be worth calling human anymore. My mind raced through desperate scenarios. Could I somehow activate the World Tree Sutra's world-walking abilities to physically escape to another realm? Or perhaps I could leave my body behind and escape with my soul. But even as I considered these options, I knew they were futile. If I released my soul from my physical form here, it would be trapped before it could even attempt to world walk. Whatever space this was, whatever technique had brought me here, it had been crafted by a civilization realm cultivator specifically to contain someone like me. I was trapped, completely and utterly at the mercy of someone whose power I couldn't even begin to comprehend. Azure, I thought frantically. Please tell me you have some idea how to get out of this. But Azure's response, when it came, was barely a whisper. Master, is this what it means to be afraid? Great. Even my inner world spirit was frozen with terror. As I stood there trying not to hyperventilate, Sect Master Yuan seemed to notice my growing panic. His expression softened slightly, and when he spoke, his voice carried none of the menace I'd been expecting. Do not be afraid, he said, his words echoing strangely in the vast darkness. I blinked, certain I'd misheard. Do not be afraid? I was standing in what appeared to be a literal hellscape face to face with one of the most powerful beings on the continent, and he was telling me not to be afraid? You have no reason to fear, the sect master continued, his tone carrying the kind of calm authority that came from absolute confidence. Unless, of course, you have committed crimes for which you should rightly be afraid. The words should have been reassuring, but they only made my confusion worse. This wasn't what I'd been expecting from someone who just dragged me into what looked like a torture dimension. I tried to speak, but my voice came out as a croak. Cleared my throat and tried again. Where are we? Is this your inner world? The question tumbled out before I could stop it, driven by a desperate need to understand my situation. If he'd brought me into his personal universe, then I was completely at his mercy. Inner worlds were the absolute domain of their creators. Here, he would be truly omnipotent. Sect Master Yuan shook his head slowly, and I caught a hint of what might have been amusement in his eyes. I know better than to allow a World Tree Sutra practitioner into my actual inner world, he replied. This is merely a partial manifestation, a reflection of certain aspects of my domain projected into neutral space. My eyes widened at his words, and I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold air around us. He knew. He knew about the Genesis Seed's ability to make connections with other inner worlds, knew about the potential for stealth infiltration that came with advanced world tree cultivation. How much did he understand about my abilities? I tried to back away but found I still couldn't move. My feet seemed rooted in place by some invisible force. What do you want? I asked, proud that my voice only shook slightly. Instead of answering directly, Sect Master Yuan looked around at the darkness surrounding us, his gaze lingering on the distant screams that had begun echoing again. His expression grew thoughtful. Tell me, he said, what do you understand about the concept of consequence? About the idea that every action, every choice, every deed creates ripples that eventually return to their source. I frowned, struggling to follow his meaning. You mean like, what goes around comes around? A crude but accurate summary, he agreed. Every soul reaps what it has sown. Those who spread suffering in life will experience suffering. Those who show compassion will find compassion. The universe has its own sense of justice, though it operates on scales far longer than mortal minds typically comprehend. I looked around at the souls writhing in whatever torment they were experiencing, then back at the sect master. I don't understand what this has to do with me. Sure, I wasn't perfect. I'd made mistakes, gotten into fights, maybe been a bit ruthless during my time in this world. But I hadn't been going around slaughtering innocent people or committing the kind of crimes that would warrant eternal punishment. The tail has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation. Sect Master Yuan studied my face for a moment, then nodded as if confirming something to himself. With a casual gesture of his hand, the environment around us began to shift and change. The oppressive darkness lifted like a curtain being drawn back, replaced by soft, golden light that seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once. The screams faded, replaced by something far more beautiful. The sound of laughter, of gentle conversation, of what could only be described as contentment. I gasped as the new landscape resolved around us. We stood in what could only be called paradise. Rolling green hills stretched to the horizon, covered in grass so vibrant it almost hurt to look at. Crystal-clear streams wound between groves of trees that bore fruit in every color imaginable, their branches heavy with abundance. The air itself seemed to sparkle with vitality, carrying scents of flowers and growing things that made my enhanced senses sing with pleasure. But it was the inhabitants that truly took my breath away. Beings moved through this idyllic landscape with grace and purpose, tending gardens, playing music, engaged in what appeared to be philosophical discussions under the shade of great trees. SesNoviFire.net. They looked almost human, but not quite, taller and more elegant, with features that seemed to capture the best aspects of humanity while leaving behind its flaws. Their faces held an inner light that spoke of wisdom and genuine contentment. Like the tortured dimension before it, this paradise had a translucent quality that reminded me it was only a manifestation, a reflection of something far greater and more real. "These are my children," Sect Master Yuan said, his voice carrying a note of pride that was both divine and surprisingly paternal. "Well, the ones who lived good lives during their time in the material realm. They are being rewarded for their efforts, for the kindness they showed, for the light they brought into my inner world." He gestured back toward where the darkness had been, though now I could only see more of the golden landscape. "The tortured souls you heard are also my children, but they chose a different path during their lives. They caused suffering, spread cruelty, chose selfishness over compassion. Now they are in the process of being cleansed. Once they are pure, once they have learned from their mistakes and truly repented, they too will be allowed to enter this paradise." My eyes widened as the implications hit me like a physical blow. Heaven and hell, judgment and redemption. A divine being creating souls, watching over them, sorting them into eternal punishment or reward based on their moral choices. This was literally the concept of God, complete with divine judgment and the afterlife, except it wasn't a metaphor or a religious belief. It was real, standing right in front of me, casually discussing his created beings like any father might talk about his children. I knew civilization realm cultivators were powerful. I'd known they could create life in their inner worlds, could shape reality according to their will. But only now did I truly understand the scope of what that meant. This wasn't just advanced cultivation. This was genuine divinity, the power to create souls and guide their eternal destinies. The sheer scale of it was overwhelming. How many beings lived in his inner world? Thousands? Millions? Billions? Each one a unique consciousness that he had brought into existence, nurtured through their material lives, and then judged based on their choices. The responsibility alone would crush most minds, but he spoke of it with the calm assurance of someone who had been managing cosmic forces for millennia. I struggled to compose myself, though my voice still came out slightly strained. "Why are you showing me this? Was he about to judge me over my actions? Was I about to experience one of the two fates I just witnessed? Either eternal paradise or that screaming hell of purification? Had this entire encounter been leading up to my own karmic reckoning?" Sect Master Yuan turned those ancient eyes on me, and for a moment I felt like he was seeing straight through to my soul. "You were told that during the preparation period, you might receive visits from elders offering guidance and instruction." I nodded, remembering Elder Wan's announcement. "What you were not told," he continued, "is that those elders had no intention of offering you genuine guidance. They wished to take your secrets for themselves, to dissect your unique abilities and claim them for their own advancement. They saw you not as a promising disciple to nurture, but as a resource to be exploited. A chill ran down my spine. I'd suspected something like this might happen, but hearing it confirmed by the sect master himself made it feel much more real and threatening. Therefore, he said with a slight smile, I decided to provide guidance myself. Consider this a more comprehensive form of instruction than you might have received elsewhere. A wave of relief washed over me so powerful that my knees almost buckled. I had truly believed this was the end, that I would spend whatever remained of my life as an experimental subject. Instead, this was actually meant to be helpful. Thank you, I said, and meant it deeply, though I have to admit you scared me half to death. I trailed off, not wanting to voice my fears about being dissected. To my surprise, the sect master's expression shifted to something that looked almost apologetic. I must ask for your forgiveness, he said, and I felt my brain nearly short-circuit at the words. I did not intend to cause you such distress. Higher-level cultivators like myself often struggle with communication. As we ascend, we begin to see the world from perspectives that can be difficult for those at lower levels to understand. I stared at him, completely dumbfounded. A literal god, someone who created souls and managed the cosmic balance of an entire universe, was apologizing to me. To me, a pseudo-elemental realm cultivator who barely qualified as an ant in comparison to his power. You don't need to apologize, I stammered, not sure how to even respond to such a situation. I mean, I gestured helplessly at the paradise around us, at the casual display of divine authority. I am many things, he replied gently, but that does not excuse poor communication. The disconnect between realms is not just one of power, but of fundamental worldview. What seems like a simple demonstration to me can appear terrifying to someone who has not yet walked these paths. That made sense, I supposed. I'd read stories where ancient masters would speak in riddles or behave in ways that seemed completely incomprehensible to younger cultivators, not out of malice but simply because their understanding of reality had evolved beyond conventional frameworks. But I'd never imagined one of them would actually acknowledge the problem, much less apologize for it. It was strangely humanizing, this admission of fallibility from someone who could reshape reality with a thought. Now, Sect Master Yuan said, and suddenly his voice carried a weight that made the very air around us seem to thicken. I have a question for you, and I want you to consider it carefully. I straightened, sensing that this was the real reason for our meeting. What is your Tao? I opened my mouth to respond, then stopped. The answer should have been simple. I'd explained my motivations to my parents just hours ago. I cultivated to protect the people I cared about, to gain the power necessary to keep my family safe in a dangerous world. But as I stood there in that golden paradise, surrounded by the casual display of divine power, I realized that wasn't actually an answer to his question. Protecting myself and my family was my reason for cultivating, my immediate motivation. But the Tao was something deeper, something that would guide my path long after my current goals were achieved or became irrelevant. I started, then stopped again. I don't actually know. Sect Master Yuan nodded approvingly. Good. The fact that you are thinking deeply about this rather than giving me a quick, superficial answer shows wisdom. Many young cultivators believe they understand their Tao when they have only identified their immediate motivations. The paradise around us shimmered slightly as he spoke, the light taking on different hues that seemed to reflect his words. In the lower stages of cultivation, he continued, cultivators have many reasons to advance. Some seek power for its own sake, intoxicated by the ability to impose their will upon the world. Others pursue cultivation for revenge, driven by hatred for those who wronged them. Many are motivated by greed, by the desire for wealth and luxury that comes with strength. Some seek fame and recognition, wanting to be remembered as legends. Others chase immortality, terrified of death and willing to sacrifice anything for the chance to live forever. I nodded, recognizing several of these motivations among the disciples I'd met at the sect. Wei Lin's family connections had originally motivated him to seek advancement and make something out of himself separate to the Wei clan name. though I suspected his Tao ran deeper than mere social climbing. As for Wu Kongming, outwardly, he seemed driven by revenge or his desire to save Wu Lihua from herself, but it was likely something more complex that he hasn't come to terms with yet. These are what we call weak Das, Sect Master Yuan explained. Not because they cannot lead to power, indeed, some of the most fearsome cultivators in history have been driven by revenge or greed, but because they are fundamentally limited in scope and sustainability. He gestured, and the scene around us shifted to show shadowy figures moving through a darker landscape. Not the torture realm from before, but something more like a battlefield where cultivators fought endlessly against each other and themselves. Consider the cultivator who pursues the Tao of revenge, he said. What happens when they succeed? When their enemy lies dead at their feet? When justice has been served, what then? Do they feel the satisfaction they expected? Or do they find themselves empty, their driving purpose fulfilled and nothing meaningful left to replace it? I thought about the stories I'd read back on Earth, both in books and in the experiences of real people. How often did achieving revenge actually bring peace? Most of the time, it just left people feeling hollow, realizing that their suffering hadn't actually been healed by causing suffering to others. They usually feel empty, I said, like they thought getting revenge would fix everything, but it just doesn't. Precisely. And while it is not impossible to reach the peak with such a Tao, it is extraordinarily difficult to maintain the state of revenge without losing yourself to it. Hatred is a poison that damages the vessel that contains it as much as the target it's aimed at. Eventually, the cultivator either burns themselves out or becomes something monstrous, consumed by the very emotion that once drove them to greatness. The scene shifted again, showing different figures pursuing different goals. A cultivator hoarding treasures until they were buried under their own greed. Another becoming so obsessed with fame that they lost sight of genuine achievement. A seeker of immortality who achieved eternal life but at the cost of everything that made existence meaningful. The same principle applies to all weak Das, Sect Master Yuan continued. They are fundamentally external goals, dependent on circumstances that can change or be achieved. They provide no sustainable foundation for the endless journey of cultivation. I was following along and felt like I understood the concept, but I knew there was a vast difference between thinking you understood something and truly comprehending it at a soul-deep level. This was clearly something I'd need to meditate on for years to fully grasp. Unauthorized use of content. If you find this story on Amazon, report the violation. So, what makes a Tao strong? I asked. A strong Tao is one that grows with the cultivator, that deepens and expands rather than being fulfilled and discarded. It is internally focused rather than dependent on external circumstances. It provides meaning not just for the present moment, but for the eternal journey ahead. The paradise around us brightened again, and I could see some of the beings he'd called his children engaged in various activities. Some were teaching others, some were creating art, some were simply sitting in contemplation. But all of them radiated a sense of purpose that transcended immediate goals. My own Tao, for example, is the Tao of karma, he said, and suddenly everything about this encounter made perfect sense. The understanding and guidance of the cosmic balance of cause and effect. Every action creates consequences that must eventually return to their source. Every deed, every thought, every choice sends ripples through the fabric of existence that will inevitably come home to roost. I looked around at the paradise and remembered the screaming hell we'd started in, understanding flooding through me. That's why you have both paradise and punishment in your inner world. You're managing the karmic consequences for the beings you've created. Exactly. This is not a goal that can be achieved and then set aside. Every soul I create, every choice they make, every consequence that flows from their actions, all of it requires careful observation, understanding, and guidance. The Tao deepens with every cycle of cause and effect, becoming more complex and meaningful as the web of karma grows more intricate. I found myself nodding, beginning to see the distinction. A weak Tao was like wanting to win a specific race, while a strong Tao was like committing to a lifetime of running, always striving to become faster and go further. But the Tao of karma was even more profound than that, It was about understanding and working within the fundamental laws that governed all existence. But, Sect Master Yuan said, and his tone took on a note of warning that made me pay even closer attention. Whatever Tao you eventually pursue, you must never lose yourself to it. The paradise around us flickered, showing brief glimpses of other scenes, cultivators who had become so obsessed with their chosen paths that they'd sacrificed their humanity in pursuit of their ideals. I saw a figure who might have once followed a similar path to the sect master, but had become consumed with enforcing karmic justice, becoming a tyrant who punished even the smallest transgressions with disproportionate cruelty. Another had become so detached from individual suffering that they treated conscious beings like chess pieces in some cosmic game. Even the Tao of karma can become a prison if followed without wisdom and compassion, he said. It would be easy to become cold and calculating, to see only the mathematical balance of cosmic justice while forgetting the importance of mercy and growth. The path of cultivation is long, and it is easy to lose sight of why you began walking it in the first place. I thought about the promise I'd made to my parents, about the importance of remembering who I was beneath all the power and advancement. Don't become something unrecognizable in pursuit of strength, I murmured. Google see novelfire.net. Exactly. Power without purpose is merely chaos, and purpose without humanity becomes fanaticism. Even cosmic justice must be tempered with understanding and the possibility of redemption. The scene around us began to fade, returning to the neutral space where we'd started, though without the oppressive darkness and screaming. Now it was simply an empty void, comfortable and peaceful. What I have shown you today, Sect Master Yuan said, is far more valuable than any technique or cultivation method I could have given you. Techniques can be learned by following specific steps, but comprehension of the Tao is not so straightforward. While you can learn from demonstrations of others' Tao paths, as I have shared insights from my own, ultimately it is up to each cultivator to find their own way. I nodded, understanding the truth of his words. This wasn't the kind of knowledge you could simply memorize and apply. It required deep personal reflection and probably multiple lifetimes of experience to truly internalize. Thank you, I said sincerely. This is exactly the kind of guidance I needed, even if I didn't know it. I wish you luck in the tournament, he replied. It has been a long time since there have been so many exceptional talents competing in an outer sect tournament. Your generation shows promise that has not been seen in centuries. The compliment felt surprisingly meaningful coming from someone of his stature. If a civilization realm cultivator thought our group was exceptional, then we really were something special. The sect master paused, studying me with those ancient eyes as his expression grew thoughtful. It is rare for me to see someone so young accrue so much karma, he said quietly. Both you and Wu Kongming seem to have that in common. Most cultivators your age have barely begun to weave their threads into the cosmic tapestry. Yet both of you carry the weight of significant karmic entanglements. I felt a chill run down my spine. Was this because of my previous life on Earth? Nearly 2 decades of existence there, even if mundane by cultivation standards, had still involved countless choices and actions that rippled outward. Every kindness shown, every cruel word spoken, every moment of selfishness or generosity, all of it accumulating into karmic weight that apparently followed me across dimensions. As for Wu Kongming, that made sense too. With his mysterious sword Saint Mentor and that unmistakable protagonist aura he carried around, he'd probably been involved in all sorts of dramatic events that would generate massive karmic consequences. Ancient masters loved to drag their disciples through world-shaking adventures. And if the sect master could detect protagonist-level figures by examining their karmic signatures, that would explain so much about his actions. Song Xiang, the outer disciple who'd been taken as the sect master's personal student, I'd always wondered what made him so special. Maybe it wasn't just his cultivation talent or mysterious background. Maybe the sect master had looked at his karma and seen the telltale signs of someone destined for greatness. It was like having a cheat code for identifying future powerhouses before they fully emerged. Before I could even think of a response, his expression grew serious again. However, I must give you one final warning. Do not grow overconfident and attempt to annex any of the inner worlds that will serve as battlegrounds during the tournament. Such attempts have overwhelmed many World Tree Sutra practitioners in the past. My blood ran cold at his words. The casual way he mentioned other World Tree Sutra users, the specific nature of his warning about annexation. How much did he really know about my cultivation method? How many others have successfully cultivated the World Tree Sutra to a high level? The warning itself was sobering too. I'd been thinking about the tournament battles as opportunities to gain experience and test my abilities, while also not really thinking about the temptation that fighting in other people's inner worlds might present. The Genesis Seed's ability to establish connections with foreign dimensions was one of its most powerful features, but apparently it could also be one of its most dangerous. What happened to the other practitioners? I started to ask, but even as the words left my mouth, the sect master was already beginning to fade. Remember? His voice echoed as his form became translucent. Find your Tao, but do not lose yourself to it. And then he was gone, and the void around me dissolved like morning mist. I was back in my room, sitting on the edge of my bed exactly as I had been before the world had dissolved around me. The familiar comfort of my quarters felt almost startling after the cosmic scope of what I just experienced. Azure, I called out inwardly. Did that really just happen? It did, Master, Azure replied, his voice no longer trembling but now carrying a note of wonder. That was extraordinary. The level of Tao comprehension he demonstrated, the casual way he manifested aspects of his inner world, the depth of his understanding. I've never encountered anything like it. From the corner of my eye, I noticed something that made me freeze. There was a scroll sitting on my desk that definitely hadn't been there when I'd returned from the tavern. I stood up and approached it cautiously, extending my spiritual sense to check for any dangerous formations or traps. Finding none, I carefully unrolled the parchment and felt my eyes widen as I read the contents. It was a section of the World Tree Sutra, but not any part I'd seen before. This dealt specifically with realm-stabilizing trees, and more importantly, it contained detailed instructions on how to partially manifest them from one's inner world into the physical realm. My hands trembled slightly. The combat applications alone were staggering. Instead of just benefiting from the tree's stabilizing influence within my inner world, I could potentially summon aspects of it to fight alongside me. The defensive capabilities, the area control, the sheer psychological impact of a 60-foot tree suddenly appearing on a battlefield. I sank into my desk chair, overwhelmed by the magnitude of what the sect master had just given me. Not only had he provided invaluable guidance about finding my Tao, but he'd also handed me a technique that could fundamentally change my approach to combat. This is incredible, I murmured, reading through the cultivation method again. He really didn't hold anything back. Master, Azure said thoughtfully, I think you're witnessing the Tao of Karma in action. By giving you this knowledge freely, the sect master is accruing significant positive karma with you. When you eventually reach higher levels of cultivation, you'll remember this kindness. That made perfect sense, but as I considered it further, I realized it was deeper than that. If my understanding of the Tao of Karma was correct, then the sect master's investment in talented disciples wasn't just about future gratitude, it was about directly benefiting his own cultivation. Think about it. If the sect master's actions today helped me achieve a breakthrough to the elemental realm establishment or stellar realm, the karmic return might be modest. But if his guidance and techniques eventually helped me reach the civilization realm or beyond, the significance of that achievement would create a massive karmic dividend flowing back to him. It was an incredibly long-term investment strategy, but for someone who had already reached the civilization realm and presumably had centuries or millennia ahead of him, playing the karmic long game made perfect sense. Every scroll given, every piece of advice offered, every moment of protection provided, all of it would compound over centuries and potentially pay dividends that could advance his own cultivation by leaps and bounds. And if that really was the case, then it wouldn't surprise me at all if Wukongming and even Wei Lin received a similar visit over the next few days. After all, investing in multiple potential powerhouses was better than investing in just one. Whether the sect master was genuinely benevolent or simply playing a sophisticated manipulation game, I was definitely the beneficiary either way. Though I suspected that for someone who had mastered the Tao of Karma, the distinction between genuine kindness and strategic investment might be meaningless. Both paths led to the same outcome. As I thought about the Tao of Karma, other pieces of the puzzle began falling into place. The sect really did seem very strict in its rules and justice system. My first impression when I'd arrived had been that the accommodations felt almost like a well-appointed prison. Everything controlled, monitored, and regulated according to rigid hierarchies. Stolen content warning. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. I'd attributed that to normal sect politics, but now I wondered if it was actually the sect master's Tao influencing his territory. A cultivator who managed cosmic justice would naturally create an environment where actions had clear, predictable consequences. The more I thought about it, the more sense it made. Take Zhou, for instance. The inner disciple had bullied outer disciples for years, even going so far as to cripple Wu Kongming in what should have been a simple sparring match. At the time, it had seemed like typical cultivation world brutality, the strong preying on the weak with impunity. But then Wu Kongming had returned, stronger than ever, and challenged Zhou to a duel to the death. The karmic scales had balanced with blood, and Zhou's reign of petty tyranny had ended permanently. At the time, I thought it was just typical Xianxia protagonist behavior. The arrogant young master gets his comeuppance from the righteous hero. But now I wondered if there had been deeper forces at work. Had the sect master's Tao been subtly influencing events within his territory, creating circumstances where karmic debts would inevitably come due, where bullies would face their victims, where justice would assert itself through seemingly natural progression? If so, it painted the sect's harsh environment in a different light. Not cruelty for its own sake, but a crucible where karma was allowed to flow freely, where actions had often violent consequences. It wasn't just good management. It was a cultivation technique on a massive scale. It was a sobering thought that made me reconsider everything I knew about cultivation. And that brought me to a question that I could no longer ignore. What was my Tao? I'd started this journey focused on immediate goals: surviving in a dangerous world, protecting my family, advancing through the sect's hierarchy. Those were all valid motivations, but they weren't a Tao in the sense that Sect Master Yuan had described. A Tao needed to be something that could grow and deepen throughout an entire cultivation journey, something that would remain meaningful even after achieving immortality and transcending mortal concerns. What did I truly want to pursue? What principle or ideal could guide me not just through the next few years, but through the potentially endless path ahead? I thought about my experiences so far, the satisfaction I'd felt when helping my friends, the joy of discovering new cultivation techniques, the thrill of exploring different worlds and meeting their inhabitants, the way I'd felt when absorbing the realm's stabilizing tree, not just the power it provided but the sense of growth and expansion it represented. Maybe my Tao had something to do with growth itself? Not just personal advancement, but the cultivation of potential in all its forms. Helping others reach their capabilities, discovering new possibilities, and pushing the boundaries of what was thought possible. Or perhaps it was connected to balance and harmony. The way the Genesis seed integrated energies from different sources, the satisfaction I felt when creating formations that worked in perfect synchronization, the importance I placed on maintaining my humanity even as I gained power. And then there was the fundamental truth of this world. Cultivation itself was creation. That wasn't just a philosophical concept. It was the literal foundation of this world's power system. Cultivators didn't just grow stronger. They created new realities, new possibilities, new forms of existence. My inner world wasn't just a storage space or power source. It was a universe I was actively creating and shaping. But then I paused, a frown creasing my brow. If cultivation is creation, then wouldn't every cultivator's Tao be the Tao of creation? That couldn't be right. The sect master had spoken of Tao as something deeply personal and unique, something that distinguished one cultivator's path from another's. No, I was thinking about this wrong. Cultivation might be the universal act of creation, but the Tao was the principle that guided how, what, and why you created. The sect master's Tao of Karma wasn't about creation in general. It was about creating balance, justice, and cosmic order. His paradise and punishment realms weren't just expressions of power. They were manifestations of his specific understanding of how creation should serve karmic balance. So, the question wasn't whether my Tao involved creation. That was a given for any cultivator. The question was what kind of creation called to me? What principles would guide the realities I brought into being? What philosophy would shape the universes I built within my inner world and the techniques I manifested in the outer one? Azure, I said. What do you think my Tao might be? Master, Azure replied thoughtfully. I think that's exactly the kind of question you need to answer for yourself. But I will say this, in all my observations of your choices and reactions, you've consistently shown a drive not just to grow stronger, but to understand how things work and help them work better. Whether that's formations, cultivation techniques, or relationships between people. I considered his words, understanding and optimization, that did seem to resonate with something deep in my character. But was that a strong enough foundation for an eternal Tao? I shook my head, realizing that I was probably trying to force an answer that needed to develop naturally over time. Sect Master Yuan hadn't expected me to figure out my Tao on the spot. He'd given me the tools to think about it properly. For now, I had more immediate concerns. The tournament would resume in 3 days, and I needed to prepare not just my techniques and strategies, but my mindset. The warning about not trying to annex inner worlds was particularly important to remember. Whatever temptations I might face during the battles, I needed to stay focused on victory rather than trying to steal resources. Master, will you be taking another trip to the Two Suns world? Azure asked. You seemed to make significant progress during your last visit, despite the unfortunate ending. I shook my head firmly. Definitely not. Cal will absolutely be waiting at that village to see who Tomas really is, and a rank 8 Lightweaver with time loop knowledge is not someone I want to tangle with right now. The memory of Elder Thorn's soul-severing technique still made me shudder. That attack had weakened me significantly, requiring days of careful recovery to repair the soul damage. If something similar happened again, or worse, if Cal himself decided to probe my soul directly, I'd be completely screwed for the tournament. I might not even be able to perform at a basic level, let alone compete against the other exceptional talents. The most update N0vels are published on NovelFire.net. A wise decision, Azure agreed. Rank 8 soul attacks would likely be far more devastating than what you experienced with Elder Thorn. Exactly. So instead, I'm going to focus on mastering this new technique. I gestured towards my storage ring where I'd stored the scroll. Learning to manifest my realm-stabilizing tree could give me a significant edge in the tournament battles. I leaned back in my chair, mind already working through different plans. I should also see if Lu Chang would be willing to spar with me or give me some combat pointers. As an inner disciple, he has far more real battle experience than most outer disciples. Even someone like Wu Kongming would have to take Lu Chang seriously in a fight. The plan felt solid. 3 days of intensive training with a revolutionary new technique, combined with practical combat advice from an experienced cultivator. It might not be as dramatic as dimensional travel, but it would be far safer and potentially more beneficial for the immediate challenges ahead. But as I settled in for the night, one question continued to echo in my mind. What is my Tao? The evening sky had begun to deepen into twilight as Wu Kongming and Luo Yichen made their way back toward the outer disciple quarters. Most of their fellow participants had already scattered to celebrate with visiting family members, but the two sworn brothers had spent the hours since the announcement of the next stage doing what they always did, training. I'm telling you, big brother, you're going to demolish both of them, Luo Yichen said, his voice carrying that mix of confidence and admiration that Wu Kongming had grown accustomed to over their time together. That Kuyin might have some flashy techniques and Wei Lin's energy conversion thing is clever, but neither of them has your foundation. Your sword Tao is on a completely different level. The most update N0vels are published on NovelFire.net. Wu Kongming walked in comfortable silence, listening to his sworn brother's enthusiastic analysis. Luo Yichen had always been like this. Quick to offer encouragement, eager to discuss strategy, and genuinely believing that Wu Kongming was destined for greatness. It was touching, really, even if it sometimes felt like too much pressure. The way you handled that shapeshifter in the Fallen Realm, Luo Yichen continued, gesturing animatedly as they walked. That wasn't just superior cultivation. That was pure technique mastery. Your sword strikes don't just cut through chi constructs, they cut through the very concept of defense itself. There was truth in what Luo Yichen said. Wu Kongming knew. His master's teachings had given him insights into the sword Tao that went far beyond what most cultivators his age could comprehend. But Luo Yichen's confidence, while appreciated, came from a place of inexperience. His sworn brother had never faced truly overwhelming odds, never been broken down to nothing and forced to rebuild himself from the ground up. There was much Luo Yichen still needed to learn about the cultivation world, about how quickly fortune could change, about how dangerous it was to underestimate opponents. Unfortunately, some lessons couldn't be taught through words or demonstration. They had to be lived, experienced, carved into one's soul through pain and loss. Wu Kongming understood this better than most. His engagement being broken, his clan's abandonment, Zhou's vicious crippling of his cultivation, each of these events had shaped him, stripped away illusions, forced him to confront harsh realities about power and relationships in the cultivation world. They had been agonizing experiences, but they had also led him to his master, to this path he now walked. Without those failures, those moments of despair, would he have been worthy of inheriting the eternal edge sword Tao? Would he have had the determination to endure his master's grueling training regimen? Pain, it seemed, was often the price of true strength. His thoughts turned to his master, and Wu Kongming's hand unconsciously drifted to the ring on his finger. 3 weeks now since the confrontation with the Masked One. 3 weeks since his master had sacrificed a portion of his already diminished power to save Wu Kongming's life, then fallen into the deep hibernation that followed. The ring felt cold and inert against his skin, showing no sign of the vast consciousness that normally resided within it. Wu Kongming pressed his thumb against the metal surface, hoping for some flicker of response, some indication that his master's condition was improving. Nothing. He missed the Sword Saint's guidance more than he cared to admit. Not just the combat techniques or cultivation insights, though those were invaluable. It was the companionship, the sense of having someone who truly understood him, who could see through his carefully maintained composure to the uncertainty beneath. His master had been the one constant in his life since the crippling, the one relationship that hadn't been contingent on his cultivation level or social status. When the Wu clan had turned their backs on him, when Wu Lihua had broken their engagement, when other disciples had begun treating him like a non-entity, his master had remained. Demanding, certainly, harsh in his training methods, absolutely, but always present, always pushing Wu Kongming to become better than he thought possible. Now, when he faced the first tournament in his life, when he needed that steady voice offering cryptic wisdom and cutting observations, there was only silence. "Big brother," Luo Yichen's voice cut through his melancholy. "You're not saying much. Are you worried about the individual rounds?" Wu Kongming shook his head, forcing a slight smile. "Just thinking about strategy," he replied, which was true enough, even if it wasn't the complete truth. They had stopped walking without Wu Kongming realizing it, finding themselves in one of the wider courtyards where disciples often gathered to socialize. The space was busier than usual, filled with participants from the tournament reuniting with family members who had traveled to watch the competition. You might be reading a pirated copy. Look for the official release to support the author. Wu Kongming found himself scanning the clusters of people, taking in the warm embraces and animated conversations. A young woman in outer disciple robes was excitedly describing her battles in the fallen realm to what appeared to be her parents and younger siblings, all of them hanging on her every word. Nearby, an older man with the bearing of a minor clan patriarch was presenting his grandson with what looked like a new sword, the young cultivator's face bright with pride and gratitude. The scene was repeated dozens of times throughout the courtyard. Families reunited, achievements celebrated, bonds reaffirmed through shared joy. Even some of the eliminated participants were surrounded by supportive family members. Wu Kongming could see clusters of people offering comfort and encouragement, emphasizing how proud they were that their children had made it as far as they had. It was exactly the kind of gathering that Wu Kongming had once taken for granted, back when he had been the Wu clan's rising star. their hope for advancement in the cultivation world. He looked more carefully, searching among the faces for any sign of Wu clan colors or insignia. Surely they would have sent someone? Even if they had unofficially disowned him, his recent achievements had to have reached their ears. His advancement to the 9th stage of qi condensation, his selection for the tournament, his obvious progress toward the elemental realm, these were not insignificant accomplishments for someone they had written off as talentless. But there was no one, no clan representatives, no distant cousins, not even a servant bearing messages. The Wu clan, it seemed, had decided that their former young master was truly dead to them. Wu Kongming felt a familiar tightness in his chest, that mixture of hurt and anger that always accompanied thoughts of his family. The rational part of his mind understood their position. In the cultivation world, resources were limited and had to be invested where they would yield the greatest returns. A crippled cultivator with questionable prospects was simply not worth supporting, especially when the clan had other talented members to nurture. But understanding their logic didn't make the abandonment hurt any less. These were people who had raised him, who had celebrated his early achievements, who had once spoken proudly of his potential. The fact that their affection had been so conditional, so easily withdrawn when he was no longer useful, left wounds that went deeper than any physical injury. He sighed, the sound carrying more weight than he intended. Relationships had always been complicated for him, even before the crippling. Social interactions felt like navigating a minefield where one wrong word or gesture could have far-reaching consequences. He had never been good at the subtle political dances that seemed to come naturally to other clan members, the careful balance of flattery and positioning that marked successful court cultivators. Wu Lihua had been different, though. Growing up together, they had developed a connection that transcended the usual political calculations. She had understood his awkwardness, his tendency to speak too directly, his preference for action over words. They had been friends first, companions who could sit in comfortable silence or engage in earnest conversation about their cultivation goals. That relationship had been the foundation of his confidence in their arranged marriage. It hadn't felt like a political alliance between different branches of the clan, but rather a natural extension of their existing bond. When she had broken their engagement after being selected as a core disciple, it had shattered something fundamental in his understanding of human nature. And now the only person who seemed to understand him, who could offer genuine guidance and support, was trapped in hibernation within his ring. His master had seen through all the surface complexities to the core of who Wu Kongming was and who he could become. The ancient sword spirit had never judged him for his social awkwardness or emotional struggles. Instead, he channeled those qualities into strengths that served the Tao of the sword. But that voice was gone now, leaving Wu Kongming to navigate these turbulent waters alone. Big brother. Luo Yichen's voice once again pulled him from his brooding thoughts. Are you all right? You seem distant. Wu Kongming looked at his sworn brother, who had stopped walking and was studying Wu Kongming's face with a concerned look in his eyes. I'm fine, he said automatically, then caught himself. Luo Yichen deserved better than dismissive platitudes. I was just thinking about family. Luo Yichen's gaze followed Wu Kongming's line of sight, taking in all the celebration and reunion happening around them. Understanding dawned in his expression, followed quickly by something that looked like protective anger. They're fools, Luo Yichen said quietly, but with absolute conviction. Your clan, they had someone like you among them, and they threw it away because they couldn't see past temporary setbacks. That kind of short-sighted thinking is exactly why so many cultivation clans stagnate and decline. The loyalty in his voice was fierce and unconditional. It reminded Wu Kongming that while he might have lost some relationships, he'd gained others. Luo Yichen's devotion wasn't based on political calculations or family obligations. It was earned through shared hardship and mutual respect. You know what? Luo Yichen continued, stepping closer and placing a hand on Wu Kongming's shoulder. You don't need them. You have me. We're sworn brothers now, which makes us family by choice rather than accident of birth. And family by choice is often stronger than family by blood, because it's based on who we are rather than where we came from. Wu Kongming felt some of the tension in his chest begin to ease. There was wisdom in Luo Yichen's words, even if they couldn't completely heal the old wounds. The younger cultivator might be naive about some aspects of the cultivation world, but his understanding of loyalty and brotherhood was absolutely genuine. Wu Kongming was about to respond, to thank Luo Yichen for his support and reassurance, when something over his brother's shoulder made his smile falter and his eyes widen in shock. Wu Lihua stood at the far end of the corridor, her purple core disciple robes flowing around her. Even at this distance, her beauty was breathtaking. That perfect combination of classical features and otherworldly grace that had first captured his attention all those years ago. But there was something about her posture, about the way she held herself, that sent warning bells ringing through Wu Kongming's mind. She was watching them with the focused intensity of a predator studying its prey. Luo Yichen must have noticed the change in Wu Kongming's expression, because he immediately tensed and began to turn around. What's? The moment Luo Yichen's gaze fell on Wu Lihua, his entire demeanor shifted. His hand moved to the mirror water blade's hilt, and he stepped directly in front of Wu Kongming in a protective stance that would have been admirable if it wasn't so potentially dangerous. You, Luo Yichen said, his voice carrying a level of cold hostility that Wu Kongming had never heard from him before. You're her, aren't you? The one who broke Big Brother's engagement and abandoned him when he needed support most. Wu Lihua tilted her head slightly, her lips curving into a smile that somehow managed to be both beautiful and deeply unsettling. And you must be the little lost cultivator who's been following my former fiancé around like a devoted puppy. How touching. The condescension in her tone was sharp enough to cut. But Luo Yichen didn't back down. If anything, it seemed to strengthen his resolve. Stay away from him, Luo Yichen said firmly, his spiritual pressure beginning to rise as he prepared for potential conflict. You've caused enough damage already. If you think you can just walk back into his life whenever it's convenient for you. Wu Lihua's laughter cut through his words. Oh, little sword cultivator. You have no idea what you're dealing with, do you? Her spiritual pressure erupted outward in a wave of overwhelming force. This wasn't the controlled demonstration of power that most elemental realm cultivators use to establish dominance. This was pure, crushing authority designed to drive weaker opponents to their knees. The air itself seemed to thicken under the weight of her aura, and the temperature in the corridor dropped several degrees. But Luo Yichen, to his credit, didn't yield an inch. His own spiritual pressure rose to meet hers, the 9th stage of qi condensation blazing around him like a silver flame. He couldn't match her raw power, but his determination was absolute. I don't care what realm you've reached, he said through gritted teeth, his voice strained but unwavering. You abandoned Big Brother when he was at his lowest point. That makes you nothing but a fair-weather cultivator in my eyes, no matter how pretty your robes are. Wu Kongming saw the dangerous light that flared in Wu Lihua's eyes at those words, and he knew he had to intervene before this escalated beyond control. Luo Yichen's loyalty was admirable, but he was facing someone whose power vastly exceeded his own. And more than that, Wu Kongming still held some hope that the real Wu Lihua, the girl he'd grown up with, was still somewhere beneath this ugly exterior. Luo Yichen, Wu Kongming said quietly, placing his hand on his sworn brother's shoulder. It's all right. Go back to your quarters, and we'll resume training tomorrow morning. Luo Yichen turned to look at him, confusion and protest clear in his expression. Big Brother, you can't seriously want to talk to her alone. After everything she's done. I can handle this, Wu Kongming interrupted, his tone gentle but firm. Some conversations need to happen without an audience. Luo Yichen's jaw worked silently for several moments, his gaze moving back and forth between Wu Kongming and Wu Lihua. Finally, he gave a reluctant nod, though his scowl didn't soften in the slightest. Fine, he said, stepping back but keeping his hand on his sword. But if she tries anything at all, just call for me. I'll be there in seconds. He shot one final glare at Wu Lihua before turning and walking away, his posture radiating protective anger with every step. Wu Kongming watched him go with a mixture of gratitude and concern. Having someone care that deeply about his well-being was both warming and slightly terrifying. As Luo Yichen disappeared around a corner, Wu Kongming became aware that the other disciples in the corridor had also made themselves scarce. The combination of Wu Lihua's overwhelming spiritual pressure and the obvious tension in the air had driven them away, leaving the two former lovers alone in the stone passageway. Silence stretched between them like a chasm. Wu Kongming found himself studying Wu Lihua's face, searching for some trace of the girl he'd once known. Her features were the same, that perfect symmetry and classical beauty that had made her the envy of every female cultivator in their generation. If you come across this story on Amazon, it's taken without permission from the author. Report it. But there was something different about her eyes, something cold and calculating that hadn't been there when they were children. Or maybe it had been there, he thought with painful honesty, and I was just too infatuated to see it. You look well, Wu Lihua said finally, her voice carrying none of the warmth he remembered. Pseudo-elemental realm at our age is quite impressive. I told you that you had more potential than anyone realized. Wu Kongming felt a bitter laugh building in his chest. You told me a lot of things. Most of them turned out to be lies. Her smile didn't waver, but something flickered in her eyes. Time changes people, Kongming. Surely you've learned that by now. The naive children we were, the promises we made when we didn't understand the world, those things belong to the past. Do they? Wu Kongming stepped closer, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper. Because I remember a girl who spent hours in her family's herb garden, testing different growing techniques because she wanted to help people through medicine cultivation. I remember someone who used to sneak extra food to the servants' children when she thought no one was looking. I remember a person who believed that true strength came from lifting others up, not stepping on them. For just a moment, something vulnerable flickered across Wu Lihua's features. Her perfectly composed mask slipped, revealing a flash of pain and longing that made Wu Kongming's heart clench with hope. But the moment passed quickly, replaced by that same cold calculation. That girl was weak, Wu Lihua said, her voice hardening. That girl believed in fairy tales and happy endings. That girl would have spent her entire life as a minor cultivator in a third-rate clan, never achieving anything of real significance. She's dead, Kongming. I killed her myself. The words hit Wu Kongming like physical blows. I don't believe that. I can't believe that. People don't just change that completely. The person you were, the dreams you had, were childish fantasies. Wu Lihua interrupted. Do you want to know what real power feels like? What it means to stand above the masses and shape the world according to your will? I've felt power, Wu Kongming replied, thinking of the moments when his master's techniques flowed through him, when he became a conduit for sword intent that could cut reality itself. Real power doesn't require you to abandon your humanity. As he spoke, Wu Kongming noticed something strange happening to her spiritual pressure. Instead of the steady, controlled force he'd expect from an elemental realm cultivator, her aura seemed to be growing stronger and more volatile. It pulsed and writhed around her like a living thing, and there was something almost hungry about it. More disturbing still, the aura seemed to be reacting to his emotional state. Every time he felt a pang of loss or betrayal, every moment when his heart ached for what they'd once shared, her power grew more intense. What cultivation method is this? Wu Kongming asked, taking an unconscious step backward. Wu Lihua's smile widened, taking on a predatory quality. Something far beyond your understanding. But don't worry, you're going to help me advance it even further. Her voice began to take on a strange, hypnotic quality. The words seemed to bypass his ears and speak directly to his mind, carrying compulsions and suggestions that made his thoughts feel sluggish and confused. You love me, don't you, Kongming? She continued, her tone becoming almost musical. You've always loved me, even when I hurt you, even when I broke our engagement, even when everyone told you to move on. That love is still there, burning in your heart like an eternal flame. This chapter is updated by novelfire.net. Wu Kongming tried to shake his head, tried to clear the fog that was settling over his mind, but the words kept coming. Each syllable seemed to wrap around his consciousness like silk threads, binding his will and clouding his judgment. Love requires sacrifice, Wu Lihua said, stepping closer until she was almost within arm's reach. Love requires proving your devotion through action. And I need you to prove your love to me now, Kangming. I need you to show me that you're willing to do anything for our future together. Get out of my head, Wu Kangming managed to whisper, his hands rising to clutch at his temples. The hypnotic pressure was overwhelming, like having someone else's thoughts forced into his skull. Whatever you're doing, stop it. But Wu Lihua's power continued to grow, fed by his distress and confusion. Her cultivation method was like a parasite, drawing sustenance from his emotional turmoil and using it to strengthen her hold over his mind. Don't fight it, she said soothingly. Fighting only makes it worse. Just accept what you know to be true. You would do anything for me. You would sacrifice anything to make me happy. You would even take your own life if I asked you to. The words sent a chill through Wu Kangming's soul, but the hypnotic compulsion made it hard to hold onto his horror. Part of his mind was screaming warnings, but another part was nodding along with her suggestions, finding them reasonable and even romantic. That's right, Wu Lihua continued, her voice becoming even more seductive. Love means being willing to do whatever is necessary. And what I need right now, what would make me happier than anything else in the world, is for me to break through to the stellar realm. Don't you want that for me? Don't you want me to achieve my full potential? Through the haze of mental manipulation, Wu Kangming found himself nodding. Of course he wanted her to succeed. Of course he wanted her to reach the highest levels of cultivation. That was what love meant, wasn't it? Supporting your partner's advancement, no matter the cost? Good, Wu Lihua purred. I knew you still cared. I knew that deep down you still wanted what was best for me. And what's best for me right now is very simple. All I need you to do is one small thing. One tiny sacrifice to prove your devotion. The fanatic love in Wu Kangming's eyes was bright and absolute now, burning away all doubt and hesitation. Anything, he said, his voice barely recognizable as his own. I'll do anything for you. Just tell me what you need. Wu Lihua's smile became radiant, though there was something deeply wrong about the joy in her expression. All I need, she said softly, is for you to take a life, kill someone for our love, Kangming. Show me that your feelings are stronger than the moral constraints that hold back lesser cultivators. A complicated expression crossed Wu Kangming's face as some deeper part of his mind tried to rebel against the suggestion. Taking a life, that wasn't something to be done lightly. Even under the influence of her cultivation method, some fundamental part of his character resisted the idea. But the hypnotic pressure intensified, washing away his hesitation like a tide erasing footprints from sand. Okay, he said finally, the words feeling like they were being pulled from his throat by invisible strings. Who should I kill? Wu Lihua's smile widened until it was almost blinding, and when she spoke, her voice carried the triumph of a predator finally closing its trap. Ku-in, she said simply. Kill Ku-in for me. The name hit Wu Kangming like a splash of cold water. Ku-in? Why would she want him to kill Ku-in? The outer disciple was talented, certainly, but hardly a threat to someone of Wu Lihua's cultivation level. And Wu Kangming had actually come to respect the younger cultivator during their time in the Fallen Realm. Why? He asked, confusion breaking through the spell for a moment. Why are you so fixated on a random outer disciple? Don't question me, Wu Lihua snapped, her beautiful features twisting with anger. Don't argue with what I'm telling you to do. Just obey. The power of her cultivation method slammed into Wu Kangming's mind like a hammer, driving away his questions and doubts. The hypnotic compulsion wrapped around his consciousness even tighter, and he could feel his own will being slowly crushed under the weight of her desires. He was just beginning to nod in acceptance when something unexpected happened. A wave of pure, clean energy erupted from the ring on his finger, cutting through Wu Lihua's mental manipulation like a sword through silk. The hypnotic pressure that had been building in his skull shattered instantly, leaving him gasping and clear-headed for the first time in several minutes. Wu Lihua's elemental realm aura collapsed completely, and suddenly she was stumbling backward, her perfect composure cracking to reveal something underneath that made Wukongming's heart skip a beat. "Please," she whispered, and her voice was completely different now, younger, frightened, desperate. "Kongming, please help me. I'm trapped. This cultivation method, it's not what I thought it was. It's changing me, making me do things I never wanted to do." This was her, Wukongming realized with a shock. This terrified girl was the real Wu Lihua, somehow briefly freed from whatever influence had been controlling her. The golden eyes that had seemed so cold before now held only fear and pleading. Wukongming stepped forward instinctively, hope blazing in his chest like a phoenix reborn from ashes. "Lihua," he breathed. "Lihua, it's really you. My master," she continued urgently, glancing around as if afraid of being overheard. "She gave me a technique. I can't control it anymore. It's taken over my thoughts, my actions. I need—" Before she could finish, the malicious presence reasserted itself with violent fury as Wu Lihua's expression shifted back to that cold, calculating mask. But now there was something else there too, fear. She was staring at the ring on Wukongming's finger with naked terror, as if it were a weapon capable of destroying her utterly. "What is that?" she whispered, taking another step backward. "How do you have something that can?" She didn't finish the sentence. Instead, she turned and disappeared, moving so quickly that even he couldn't track her. Wukongming was left standing alone in the corridor, his heart pounding and his mind reeling from what had just happened. The ring on his finger felt warm against his skin, pulsing gently like a sleeping heartbeat. He lifted his hand, staring at the plain band that had just saved him from a fate worse than death. "Master," he whispered through their spiritual connection, pouring all his desperation and gratitude into the mental call. "Master, thank you. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't broken through her technique." But silence. The ring remained warm, but there was no familiar sardonic voice responding to his gratitude. No ancient wisdom offering guidance about what had just transpired. Just the same empty quiet that had haunted him for weeks. "Master," Wukongming tried again, more urgently this time. "Please, if you're there, if you can hear me, I need to understand how to save her." Still nothing. Whatever energy the ring had released to shatter Wu Lihua's mental manipulation had been automatic, a protective measure that didn't require the sword spirit's conscious intervention. His master remained locked in that deep healing sleep, unreachable and silent. Wukongming felt a familiar pang of loneliness at the continued silence, but this time it was tempered by something else entirely. Hope, because he now knew that the girl he loved, the real Wu Lihua, was still there. You could be reading stolen content. Head to the original site for the genuine story. She was trapped, controlled by her own cultivation method or by whatever influence her mysterious master had placed on her. But she was still alive somewhere inside that beautiful, terrible shell. "I'll save you," Wukongming whispered to the empty corridor. "I don't know how yet, but I'll find a way to break you free. I promise." As he began walking back toward his quarters, his mind was already working through the implications of what he'd learned. Wu Lihua had mentioned needing someone who truly loved her to kill for her advancement. Some cultivation methods did require emotional energy from others, particularly methods that fed on strong feelings like love, hate, or despair. But why kill Ku Yin specifically? What made him different from any other potential victim? More importantly, who had taught her such a technique? Wukongming frowned as he considered this crucial question. When Wu Lihua had been selected as a core disciple, one of the reclusive Grand Elders, a civilization realm expert, had taken her as a personal student. But which Grand Elder? The sect's leadership structure was deliberately opaque when it came to their most powerful members. Grand Elders, all of them civilization realm experts, typically spent centuries or even millennia in seclusion, emerging only for the most critical sect matters. Most disciples never learned their names, and even many elders only knew a handful of them personally. This wasn't mere tradition. It was strategic necessity. If rival sects knew exactly which Grand Elders were alive, which were in closed-door cultivation, and which had perished attempting breakthroughs, they could gauge the sect's true strength with dangerous accuracy. By keeping their most powerful members shrouded in mystery, The Azure Peak sect maintained an aura of unpredictable power that served as a deterrent to potential enemies. But this same secrecy that protected the sect also made it nearly impossible for someone like Wu Kongming to identify which Grand Elder had corrupted Wu Lihua. There could be dozens of them, their names known only to the sect master and perhaps a few senior elders. Any one of them could have taught her that soul-devouring technique, and Wu Kongming had no way to narrow down the possibilities, understand their motivations, or predict their next moves. Was this some personal experiment? Part of a larger plot? Or simply the actions of an elder who had fallen to dark cultivation methods themselves? But one thing was absolutely certain. No matter what the Grand Elder controlling Wu Lihua wanted, no matter what benefits her breakthrough to the stellar realm might bring, he would not kill Kuyin. He wouldn't become a murderer for the sake of someone who wasn't even really Wu Lihua anymore. Wu Kongming sighed, frustration building in his chest as he thought about the next steps. Without his master's guidance, he was operating blind, trying to piece together fragments of information without the deeper understanding necessary to see the full picture. Master would know what to do, he thought, rubbing the ring gently with his thumb. He'd see through all the complications to the heart of the problem. He'd have a plan. But his master was gone, locked in healing sleep that might last months or even years. Wu Kongming was on his own, facing challenges that required wisdom he didn't possess and knowledge he hadn't yet acquired. Though maybe, he thought as he reached the entrance to his quarters, if I tell Kuyin what's happening, he might be willing to help me save the real Wu Lihua. He seemed honorable enough during our time in the Fallen Realm, and he'd want to know if he was being targeted. The idea of asking for help made Wu Kongming deeply uncomfortable. He'd always prided himself on being self-sufficient, on solving his own problems through personal strength and determination. But without his master's voice to guide him, he felt lost in ways he wasn't used to acknowledging. Maybe it was time to swallow his pride and admit that he needed allies. As Wu Kongming reached for the door to his quarters, the world around him suddenly began to waver and shift. The stone walls became translucent, then disappeared entirely, replaced by something that took his breath away. He found himself standing in what could only be described as paradise. Rolling green hills stretched to the horizon, crystal-clear streams wound between groves of trees that bore fruit in every color imaginable, and perfect beings moved through the land with grace and purpose. Wu Kongming's eyes narrowed, instantly recognizing this as a partial manifestation of a higher-tier cultivator's inner world. For someone whose Tao is in jeopardy, a voice said from behind him, you certainly are making impressive cultivation progress. Wu Kongming spun around, his hand moving instinctively to his sword hilt. Standing before him was a figure he recognized but had never expected to encounter personally. Sect Master Yuan. The legendary civilization realm cultivator looked exactly as Wu Kongming had imagined. Ageless features that could belong to someone 30 or 30,000 years old. Eyes that held depths of knowledge and power that mortal minds couldn't fully comprehend, and an aura of authority so absolute it seemed to bend reality around itself. Wu Kongming's frown deepened, and his hand moved protectively to the ring on his finger. If the sect master had brought him here to demand answers about his master's identity, or to seize the ancient sword spirit for the sect's benefit, do not be afraid, Sect Master Yuan said, his voice surprisingly gentle. I am here to talk about the Tao. Nothing more, nothing less. Wu Kongming remained tense, but something in the sect master's tone made him hesitate before drawing his sword. This didn't feel like a confrontation or an interrogation. Felt like something else entirely. CessNoelFire.net. Something that might actually help him understand the path he was walking and the choices that lay ahead. And perhaps, something that might give him the answers he needed about Wu Lihua's situation. What about the Tao? Wu Kongming asked carefully, his voice steady despite the surreal circumstances. Sect Master Yuan smiled, and for the first time since this encounter began, Wu Kongming felt some of his tension begin to ease. Everything, the sect master replied. Let us begin with the most fundamental question of all. What is your Tao, Wu Kongming? I was pulled from my morning meditation by a series of enthusiastic knocks on my door. The rhythm was familiar. 3 quick raps, Pause. Two more. Pause. Then a final decisive knock. Only one person I knew had that particular pattern. Coming, I called out, rising from my cultivation mat and stretching muscles that had grown stiff from sitting in lotus position for the better part of 2 hours. The morning light streaming through my window suggested it was still early, maybe an hour past dawn. Most outer disciples would still be asleep, but Wei Lin had always been an early riser. I opened the door to find my friend practically vibrating with excitement, his eyes bright and alert despite the early hour. His usually neat appearance was slightly disheveled, as if he'd thrown on his robes and rushed over here the moment an idea struck him. Knowing Wei Lin, that was probably exactly what had happened. "Ku-in," he said, stepping into my quarters without waiting for an invitation. "I know what you're going to say, and I know you told me to forget about those red and blue energies, but hear me out." I closed the door behind him, already feeling a familiar headache beginning to form. "Wei Lin." "No, listen," he interrupted, pacing around my small room like a caged spirit beast. "I've been thinking about this all night. Those energies you used against the clone, they're unlike anything I've ever encountered. Not chi, not elemental essence, not even demonic energy. There's something completely different." I watched him pace, noting the way his spiritual pressure fluctuated slightly with his excitement. Since his breakthrough to 10th stage chi condensation, Wei Lin's control had improved dramatically, but strong emotions still caused minor variations in his energy output. It was actually reassuring to see. It meant he was still human beneath all that cultivation advancement. "Wei Lin," I tried again, but he was already deep into what seemed like a prepared presentation. "Think about it," he continued, gesturing animatedly. "My merchant's path is designed to convert and trade different types of energy. I've got stalls for fire, water, earth, wind, lightning, sound, void, death, demonic chi, and even a black market. But those red and blue energies you used, they don't fit into any category I know." He stopped pacing and turned to face me directly, his expression intense. "That means they represent entirely new categories of energy that I could potentially incorporate. Imagine what that could do for my cultivation. New stalls mean new trading options, new combinations, new techniques I've never even considered." I sank into my desk chair, watching my friend's enthusiasm with a mixture of fondness and growing concern. This was exactly what I'd been afraid of when I'd first displayed those energies. The cultivation world was full of ambitious people who saw opportunity everywhere, and Wei Lin was certainly no exception. "And the applications," Wei Lin continued, apparently taking my silence as encouragement. "Red energy seemed to enhance your physical capabilities significantly, while blue energy provided some kind of healing or restoration effect. If I could replicate those properties through my marketplace method, Azure," I thought inwardly. "Any advice on how to handle this without crushing his spirit?" "Your friend is remarkably persistent," Azure replied with what sounded like amusement. "Though I have to admit, his approach is quite thorough. He's not wrong about the potential applications." "That's not helping," I muttered mentally. Wei Lin was still talking, outlining various theoretical combinations and potential breakthrough scenarios. I found myself sighing inwardly as I listened. This was just how cultivators were. When they saw a path to advancement, they struggled to let it go. And honestly, I couldn't blame Wei Lin for his interest. After all, I was exactly the same way. Despite Elder Chen Yong warning me about the dangers of accessing the Celestial Trade Nexus, telling me that attempting to connect to it would drive me insane, I hadn't been deterred. I'd found an unconventional way using the blood statue of a former civilization realm expert as a medium, accepting significant risks because the potential rewards were too valuable to ignore. And now it seemed I was the one doing the warning, trying to convince someone else to abandon a potentially powerful advancement opportunity. The irony wasn't lost on me, and I wasn't completely sure I could convince Wei Lin, who could be quite stubborn when he found something he wanted. Just like me. "So you can see why I think this could work," Wei Lin concluded, looking at me expectantly. "The risk-to-reward ratio seems incredibly favorable. especially with my marketplace's built-in safety mechanisms for handling foreign energies. The silence stretched between us for several moments. Wei Lin's expression remained hopeful, but I could see the underlying determination in his eyes. This wasn't just casual curiosity. He'd clearly spent considerable time thinking about this, working out theories and approaches. The kind of deep consideration that made abandoning an idea particularly difficult. I sighed, the sound heavier than I'd intended. Wei Lin, I'd love to give you access to those energies and help with your breakthrough. I really would. But it's too dangerous. His face fell slightly, but he gestured for me to continue. The red and blue energies, I explained carefully. They can drive users insane. Not just cultivation deviation insane, but fundamentally alter someone's personality and moral compass. I've seen what happens to people who absorb them without proper protection. That was putting it mildly. The skybound cultivators I'd encountered in the Two Suns world had been twisted into bloodthirsty monsters by red sun energy, while Lightweavers exposed to blue sun energy became fanatical zealots, willing to burn entire cities for their just cause. The corruption was gradual but inevitable for anyone without the Genesis Seed's purification abilities. Wei Lin looked confused, his brow furrowing as he processed my words. But how come you're not insane? I mean, you seem perfectly normal to me. Maybe slightly more mysterious than when we first met, but definitely not crazy. You might be reading a stolen copy. Visit Royal Road for the authentic version. I had to smile at that. Thanks for the vote of confidence. The reason I'm not affected is that the World Tree Sutra has some purification properties built into it. The cultivation method filters out the corrupting influences while preserving the beneficial effects. Purification properties? Wei Lin leaned forward. Could those properties be replicated or transferred somehow? No, I said firmly, though I felt a pang of guilt at the disappointment that flashed across his face. The purification is intrinsic to the cultivation method itself, not something that can be extracted or shared. It's woven into the fundamental principles of how the technique operates. Wei Lin looked like he wanted to argue, his mouth opening as if to present another angle or theoretical workaround. But something in my expression must have convinced him that I wasn't just hoarding valuable resources for myself. The competitive gleam in his eyes faded, replaced by resigned acceptance. I see, he said quietly, sinking into my room's other chair. So, it's not that you won't help me, it's that you literally can't without risking my sanity. Exactly. I felt relieved that he understood. Trust me, if there was a safe way to share those energies, I would. You're my best friend, Wei Lin. The last thing I want is to see you twisted into something unrecognizable. The silence that followed was more comfortable than before, though I could see Wei Lin's mind still working, probably filing away information about purification techniques and energy corruption for future research. His merchant mindset made it difficult for him to completely abandon any potentially profitable avenue. After a few moments, he stood up, apparently ready to leave. But just as he reached the door, he turned back with an expression that didn't quite hide his continued interest. Just out of curiosity, he said, how did you get access to those energies in the first place? They're not qi or anything I've ever encountered or even read about before. I felt my mental shields snap into place automatically. Despite many of my secrets having already been revealed to the sect's leadership, there was no need to share details about my world-walking abilities. While someone like Sect Master Yuan would understand, and probably already knew, that the energies came from a different world entirely, lower-tier cultivators would struggle to comprehend the implications. The less people who knew about world-walking, the better. A weak, defenseless world walker would be an easy target for those who wanted to exploit dimensional travel abilities. And as much as I trusted Wei Lin, a slip of the tongue was all it took for us all to become targets of forces far beyond our current ability to handle. It's a product of the World Tree Sutra, I said, which wasn't technically a lie. After all, it was the Genesis Seed that had absorbed the energies and purified them for my use. The cultivation method occasionally produces unusual energy types as side effects of its growth-based principles. Wei Lin's smile returned, bright and knowing. Beyond heaven cultivation methods really are overpowered, aren't they? My merchant's path gives me incredible versatility, your World Tree Sutra produces exotic energies, and Wu Kongming's method, well, whatever he's cultivating clearly puts him leagues above normal cultivators. I found myself smiling back. We're definitely not following conventional paths, that's for sure. Makes the tournament more interesting, Wei Lin said with a grin. Regular disciples with their standard techniques won't know what hit them. As he moved toward the door again, I felt compelled to add one more safeguard. Wei Lin, before you go, I need you to promise me something. He paused, hand on the door handle. What is it? If we end up fighting each other in the tournament, promise me you won't try to absorb the red and blue energies from me during combat. Don't attempt to use your marketplace method on them, even if you think you can handle it safely. Of course, Wei Lin said quickly, but as he spoke, I caught something in his expression that I couldn't quite identify. A flicker of calculation, uncertainty. It was gone too quickly for me to be sure, but it left me with a nagging sense of unease. I mean it, Wei Lin, I pressed. Promise me. Wei Lin's expression grew serious as he considered the request. You're really that worried about the corruption risk? I am, I said honestly. Those energies are unlike anything in this world. Wei Lin, your marketplace method is incredibly sophisticated, but it's designed for qi. I can't predict how it would interact with something completely foreign. I promise, he said more firmly, meeting my eyes directly. I won't try to absorb those energies if we fight. I studied his face for another moment, then nodded. Good. I'll see you later. After he left, I remained sitting in my chair, staring at the closed door with growing unease. Wei Lin had given me his promise, and I believed he meant it sincerely. But I also knew how powerful the temptation for advancement could be in the cultivation world. The red and blue sun energies represented an entirely new category of power, something that could potentially revolutionize his merchant's path technique. Master, Azure said quietly, apparently sensing my troubled thoughts. You're worried about your friend's promise. I am, I admitted. Wei Lin is honorable, but he's also ambitious. And those energies, they represent exactly the kind of breakthrough opportunity that cultivators dream about their entire lives. So, what will you do? I stood up and walked to my window, looking out at the sect's morning bustle. Disciples were moving between buildings, heading to breakfast or early training sessions. The normal rhythm of cultivation life, peaceful and predictable. The temptation for Wei Lin is too great, I said finally. Even with his promise, the opportunity is right there in front of him. It would be like putting a starving man in a room full of food and asking him not to eat. You think he'll break his promise? I think he'll try to find a way around it, I said carefully. Wei Lin is a merchant at heart. He's probably already working on theoretical approaches that would technically honor his promise while still attempting to access the energy somehow. I turned away from the window, my decision crystallizing. Which means it would be up to me to not use the red and blue sun energies against Wei Lin if we fight. That's the only way to completely prevent my friend from going down a dark path. That seems limiting for your own combat effectiveness. Maybe, I said with a shrug, but I've got plenty of other techniques to work with. I don't need to rely on the red and blue energies to win fights. And if removing those options from your arsenal causes you to lose? I was quiet for a moment, considering the implications. The tournament's prize, access to the elemental chamber for guaranteed breakthrough to elemental realm, was incredibly valuable, potentially life-changing, but not worth risking Wei Lin's sanity over, especially when I was confident in breaking through without the chamber's help. It would definitely take longer, but I'm sure it would still happen. Then I lose, I said simply. I'd rather face defeat knowing I protected my friend than achieve victory by enabling his corruption. New chapters are published on novifire.net. That's very noble of you, Master. Or very stupid, I said with a rueful smile. The cultivation world doesn't generally reward noble gestures. Perhaps not, But maintaining your humanity while gaining power is its own form of cultivation advancement. I had to admit Azure had a point. Sect Master Yuan's lesson about Tao philosophy had emphasized the importance of not losing yourself to your path. Protecting Wei Lin from his own ambition seemed to align with that principle, even if it meant sacrificing potential tournament advantages. But dwelling on philosophical principles wouldn't change the practical reality of our situation. I'd given Wei Lin the warning, explained the dangers as clearly as I could, and secured his promise. That was the extent of what I could control. Whether he honored that promise or found some loophole around it was ultimately his choice to make. Now it was time to focus on my own preparation. After breakfast, I made my way to the training grounds, feeling the familiar thrill of anticipation that came with working on new techniques. The sect had announced that tournament participants would receive free access to the private training facilities until the competition finished. The private training grounds were located in a separate complex behind the main administrative buildings, accessible only to inner disciples under normal circumstances. As I approached the entrance pavilion, I could see other tournament participants moving between various specialized chambers, each designed for different cultivation focuses. The attendant at the desk, a middle-aged inner disciple with the patient expression of someone who'd explained the same rules countless times, looked up as I approached. "Name and cultivation focus?" he asked in a bored tone. "Ku-in, wood and plant-based cultivation methods." He consulted a jade slip, running his finger down what appeared to be a list of available facilities. Training Ground 7 should suit your needs. It's designed for nature-based cultivation with living soil, ambient wood qi, and growth acceleration formations. He handed me a token marked with the number 7. The chamber will recognize your spiritual signature and remain sealed to others while you're inside. Maximum session length is 24 hours, after which the formations will automatically cycle for the next user. "Thank you," I said, accepting the token. "Is there anything I should know about the facility?" "Standard rules apply," he said, returning to his paperwork. "No permanent modifications to the chamber, no introducing foreign substances without approval, and obviously no techniques that could damage the infrastructure. The formations are designed to contain up to stellar realm techniques, so don't hold back during practice." I made my way through the complex, following carved stone markers toward Training Ground 7. The building was remarkably well maintained, with spiritual energy flowing through visible formations carved into the walls and floors. This was clearly a significant investment by the sect, designed to nurture their most promising disciples. Training Ground 7 was located at the end of a quiet corridor, its entrance marked by a heavy door carved with intricate tree and vine patterns. I pressed my token against a small formation array beside the door, feeling it scan my spiritual signature before the locks disengaged with a soft click. The chamber beyond was breathtaking. I'd expected a simple practice room with some basic plant-friendly features, but this was an entire miniature ecosystem. The space was larger than my entire quarters, with a high ceiling that disappeared into what looked like a canopy of living branches. Rich, dark soil covered the floor in various terrace sections, already sprouting with different types of spiritual plants and flowers. Wood qi hung thick in the air, so dense I could practically taste it. The ambient energy would significantly enhance any plant-based techniques I practiced here, accelerating growth rates and strengthening the connection between my cultivation and the natural environment. "This is incredible," I breathed, walking into the center of the chamber. No wonder inner disciples always seem so much more advanced than us outer disciples. Access to facilities like this would accelerate anyone's development. "Master," Azure said, his voice filled with appreciation. "The formation work here is extremely sophisticated. These aren't just growth enhancement arrays. They're creating an artificial ecosystem that mimics optimal cultivation conditions for wood element techniques." I could feel what he meant as I extended my spiritual sense throughout the chamber. The formations weren't simply pushing energy into the space. They were creating complex cycles that balance growth, decay, and renewal in carefully controlled patterns. The soil itself was alive with beneficial microorganisms and spiritual essence cycles that would respond to my techniques. Finding a comfortable spot near the chamber's center, I sat down cross-legged on the soft earth and pulled out the scroll sect Master Yuan had left on my desk. The parchment felt warm in my hands, radiating subtle spiritual energy that suggested it contained more than just written information. The scroll was longer than I'd expected, covered in dense text and detailed diagrams that would require careful study to fully understand. But just from the introduction, I could tell this was exactly the kind of advanced technique that could transform my combat capabilities. A case of theft. This story is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. Partial manifestation of the realm-stabilizing tree intermediate cultivation technique for World Tree Sutra practitioners. Prerequisites: successful integration of a complete realm-stabilizing tree within the cultivator's inner world. New chapters are published on nov3lfire.net. Warning: this technique involves projecting aspects of your inner world into external reality. Improper execution may result in spiritual backlash, inner world destabilization, or temporary loss of access to integrated treasures. Begin with minimal manifestations and increase scope gradually. Important distinction: this technique is not a domain manifestation. Domains involve projecting the laws and environmental conditions of one's entire inner world onto external reality, typically requiring stellar realm cultivation and risking catastrophic backlash if disrupted. Tree manifestation projects only specific physical structures without altering local reality laws or environmental conditions. I paused in my reading, absorbing that crucial distinction. I'd read about domains in the sect library, legendary techniques where stellar realm cultivators or rare prodigies in the Qi condensation realm could temporarily overlay their inner world's properties onto external space, gaining overwhelming advantages by fighting under their own cultivated laws and conditions. But domains were incredibly dangerous to use and nearly impossible to achieve below stellar realm. Most Qi condensation cultivators who'd attempted domain manifestation had typically suffered permanent spiritual damage or inner world collapse. This tree manifestation technique was apparently something much safer and more focused. Theoretical foundation: the realm-stabilizing tree exists simultaneously within your inner world and as a conceptual anchor in dimensional space. Through careful spiritual manipulation, portions of the tree's essence can be temporarily manifested in external reality without compromising the original structure. Think of this as creating a reflection rather than removing pieces of the source. Unlike domain techniques that attempt to impose your inner world's laws upon external reality, tree manifestation simply projects physical structures that retain their inherent properties. No reality alteration occurs. You are essentially creating temporary constructs from stabilized dimensional essence. That made much more sense. Instead of trying to fundamentally alter the nature of space around me, which would require power levels far beyond my current capabilities, this technique let me create specific objects that maintain their useful properties without the catastrophic risks associated with domain work. Basic manifestation method: begin by establishing deep meditation connection with your realm-stabilizing tree. Feel its roots, its trunk, its branches as extensions of your own spiritual body. The tree is not separate from you. It is part of your cultivated reality. Once connection is established, gather spiritual essence from the tree's roots and channel it through your meridians to your hands. Do not attempt to pull the tree into external reality. Instead, allow its essence to flow through you as a conduit, creating a manifestation anchored by your spiritual presence. First attempts should focus on manifesting individual branches or root sections no larger than your forearm. The manifestation will appear as translucent wood with silver spiritual veining, maintaining the tree's stabilizing properties but existing independently of the source. That sounded manageable, though I suspected the execution would be more difficult than the instructions made it appear. Most advanced cultivation techniques had a gap between theoretical understanding and practical application that could only be bridged through extensive practice. Defensive applications: manifested tree sections retain the realm-stabilizing tree's primary property, absolute spiritual stability. Attacks that rely on disrupting qi flow, dimensional manipulation, or reality distortion will be significantly weakened when encountering manifested wood barriers. Physical attacks will be absorbed and distributed through the manifestation structure, though excessive force may cause the manifestation to disperse. Combat duration. Manifestations last depending on the cultivator's spiritual essence reserves and the size of the manifested section. Larger manifestations require exponentially more energy and concentration to maintain. I found myself nodding as I read. This was exactly what I'd been missing in my combat arsenal. I had Verduring Step and Blink Step for mobility, plenty of offensive options through my runes and plant manipulation, but my defensive capabilities were limited to the Aegis Mark and whatever barriers I could create with vines and branches. A defense that could neutralize chi disruption attacks would be incredibly valuable, especially against opponents like Wu Kongming, whose sword techniques seem designed to cut through energy-based defenses. Advanced techniques. Experienced practitioners can manifest multiple tree sections simultaneously, create interlocking defensive networks, or even temporarily manifest the tree's crown for area denial effects. These applications require elemental realm cultivation or higher and years of dedicated practice. Critical safety note. Manifestations that are destroyed in combat will not damage your inner world's realm stabilizing tree. The manifested essence automatically returns to the source when the external structure is compromised. However, rapid manifestation and destruction cycles can cause temporary spiritual exhaustion. That was the most important information in the entire scroll. Knowing I could use the technique aggressively without risking my inner world stability removed my biggest concern about practicing with it. I set the scroll aside and closed my eyes, extending my spiritual sense inward to my inner world. It was time to practice. The familiar landscape of mountains, gardens, and meditation platforms spread out in my awareness, but now I focused specifically on the realm-stabilizing tree. The massive wooden structure stood beside the garden quadrant where I'd integrated it, its 60-foot height rising majestically near the Genesis seed that dominated the center of my inner world. Similar to the Genesis seed, the realm-stabilizing tree's roots spread throughout all 4 quadrants, while its branches seemed to support the very fabric of my dimensional pocket alongside the Genesis seed's stabilizing influence. Feel its roots, its trunk, its branches as extensions of your own spiritual body. I murmured, repeating the scroll's instruction. The tree is not separate from me. It is part of my cultivated reality. At first, the connection felt distant and abstract, like trying to sense a limb that had fallen asleep. But as I deepened my meditation, something began to shift. The tree's presence became more immediate, more personal. I could feel the slow circulation of spiritual essence through its trunk, the way its roots drew energy from my inner world soil, the gentle swaying of its branches in response to the dual sun's energy cycles. There, Azure said softly, apparently sensing my progress. You're establishing the connection. Now try channeling essence from the roots through your meridians. I visualized drawing energy from the tree's massive root system, pulling it up through the trunk and into my own spiritual pathways. The sensation was strange, like drinking liquid starlight that tasted of ancient wood and crystallized time. The essence flowed through my meridians with surprising ease, gathering in my hands as a warm, tingling presence. When I opened my eyes and looked down at my palms, I could see faint silver veins of light running beneath my skin. Now attempt the manifestation, I whispered to myself, following the scroll's guidance. Don't pull the tree into external reality. Allow its essence to flow through me as a conduit. I extended my hands toward the rich soil in front of me, focusing on creating something small and manageable. A single branch, maybe the size of my forearm, manifesting in the space between my palms. I shaped the tree's essence like I would any other chi construct, molding the silver energy into the form of a branch using the same techniques I'd mastered for my plant manipulation abilities. The energy responded to my will, taking on the rough shape I wanted. But when I tried to solidify the construct, it simply dispersed into wisps of silver light that faded within seconds. That's not right, I muttered, studying the fading remnants of my attempt. The energy shaped correctly, but it won't hold together. I tried again, this time focusing more intently on the binding process, trying to lock the silver essence into permanent form the way I would with vine constructs or explosive seeds. The result was the same. The energy took shape briefly, then dissipated as if it couldn't maintain coherence in external reality. "This is harder than it looks," I murmured. "The theory makes it sound straightforward, but the execution. Most advanced techniques require multiple attempts to master," Azure reminded me. "Even your rune work took considerable practice before you achieved reliable results." That was true. Everything gets easier with practice. I just needed to continue practicing. "Master," Azure said thoughtfully. "Perhaps you're approaching this like a standard chi technique when it's something fundamentally different." I paused, considering his words. The scroll had emphasized that this wasn't about creating chi constructs shaped like wood. It was about manifesting reflections of the actual tree. Maybe I was thinking about the problem wrong. "The scroll mentioned creating a reflection," I said slowly. "What if I'm not supposed to mold the essence into the shape I want? What if I need to copy the tree's actual structure somehow?" For my third attempt, I changed my approach entirely. Instead of trying to shape the silver essence with my will, I focused on the actual branch structure of my inner world's tree. I studied the way the wood grain flowed, the precise angles where smaller branches split from larger ones, the exact texture and density of the bark. Then, rather than molding energy, I tried to create an exact duplicate of one specific branch in the space before me, using the tree's essence as a kind of spiritual blueprint. This time, when the air began to shimmer, something felt different. The manifestation process was more complex, like the essence was referencing something rather than simply being shaped. Slowly, gradually, translucent wood began to coalesce in the space I designated. "It's working," I breathed, watching in fascination as a silvery branch took shape. The wood looked exactly like the material from my realm's stabilizing tree, ancient and powerful, with veins of spiritual energy running through it. The key difference was that this manifestation felt real in a way my previous attempts hadn't. Instead of being a construct made from my spiritual energy, it genuinely seemed to be a piece of the tree itself, temporarily existing in external reality. The branch felt solid when I touched it, though I could sense the constant drain on my spiritual essence required to maintain the manifestation. According to the scroll, I should be able to sustain this for at least 30 seconds, but I could already feel the technique putting strain on my cultivation base. "Master, try testing its defensive properties," Azure suggested. "Use a simple chi technique to attack the branch." I channeled energy into my free hand, preparing a basic phantom strike technique at about quarter power. Even reduced, the attack should be enough to shatter normal wood or disperse most chi constructs. The strike hit the manifested branch dead center, and I immediately understood why Sect Master Yuan had given me this technique. The branch didn't just absorb the impact, it seemed to nullify the spiritual aspects of my attack entirely. The physical force was distributed harmlessly through the wood structure, while the chi component simply disappeared. "Incredible," I muttered, examining the branch for damage. There wasn't even a scuff mark where my attack had landed. It's like the tree's stabilizing properties are actively counteracting chi disruption effects. I let the manifestation disperse, feeling the silver essence flow back toward my inner world. The technique had lasted about 20 seconds before the spiritual drain became too much to maintain comfortably. This text was taken from Royal Road. Help the author by reading the original version there. "Let me try again," I said, settling back into meditation position. This time I'll focus on creating something larger. My second attempt was more ambitious. A section of trunk about the size of my torso, thick enough to serve as genuine cover during combat. The manifestation process went more smoothly this time, the silver veined wood appearing with greater solidity and definition. Read complete version only at Novel Fire Net. But the spiritual essence drain was proportionally higher. Where the branch had been manageable, the trunk section pulled at my cultivation base like an open wound. I could feel my spiritual essence reserves depleting rapidly as I fought to maintain the larger manifestation. 10 seconds. I counted aloud, sweat beading on my forehead from the concentration required. Maybe 15 if I push it. I tested the trunk's defensive capabilities with a more powerful phantom strike, this one at full strength. The attack struck with enough force to crater normal stone, but the manifested would absorb the impact completely. Not even a tremor ran through the structure. The defensive potential is extraordinary, Azure observed as I let the manifestation fade. But the energy cost for larger sections might be prohibitive in extended combat. I nodded, wiping sweat from my brow. Still, even 10 seconds of absolute defense could be the difference between life and death. And the scroll mentioned this gets easier with practice. Over the next 2 hours, I experimented with different approaches to the technique. Small manifestations were sustainable and cost-effective, perfect for deflecting specific attacks or creating temporary cover. Larger sections provided more comprehensive protection but at exponentially higher energy costs. I discovered that the shape of the manifestation affected both its stability and defensive properties. Curved sections that mimicked the tree's natural branch angles were easier to maintain and seemed to distribute force more effectively than straight barriers. "Let me try one more variation," I said, returning to my meditation position. Something that could work like a shield rather than a static barrier. This time I focused on manifesting a curved section of trunk, shaped like a traditional combat shield but retaining the tree's natural wood grain and silver energy veins. The process was slowly becoming more intuitive, the connection to my inner world's tree feeling more natural and responsive. The shield manifested with impressive solidity, translucent but substantial enough to provide real protection. I tested it by channeling chi into my free hand and striking the shield's surface with increasing force. Each attack was absorbed completely, the silver veins in the wood flaring briefly as they neutralized the spiritual components of my techniques. Even when I struck hard enough to send vibrations up my arm, the shield itself remained perfectly intact. 20 seconds. I counted as the manifestation finally began to fade, and that was with constant testing attacks. I let the shield disperse and sat back against the chamber's soft earth, feeling satisfied with my progress. "This changes everything about how I approach combat," I said to Azure. "Having a defense that can neutralize chi-based attacks gives me so many more strategic options. I won't always need to rely on my speed." "Indeed, Master. And as your mastery improves, you'll likely be able to maintain manifestations for longer periods with less spiritual essence drain." I picked up the scroll again, curiosity getting the better of me. I'd focused entirely on the defensive application so far, but surely there had to be some offensive techniques mentioned somewhere in the advanced sections. Unrolling the scroll further, I found what I was looking for. Offensive applications. Advanced practitioners may attempt to manifest tree sections with kinetic properties, allowing for impact-based attacks or area control through rapid manifestation and positioning. Warning: offensive manifestation requires exponentially more spiritual essence and precise control compared to static defensive applications. Basic offensive technique: branch strike. Manifest a branch section at range, allowing it to solidify with forward momentum. The manifested wood retains its defensive properties while delivering significant kinetic force. Energy cost is approximately 300% higher than equivalent defensive manifestations. Intermediate technique: root binding. Manifest root sections that can actively grow and move to entangle opponents. Requires continuous spiritual essence expenditure and divided attention between manifestation maintenance and tactical positioning. Advanced technique: canopy slam. Manifest portions of the tree's crown to create area denial effects or deliver devastating overhead attacks. Recommended only for elemental realm cultivators or higher due to massive energy requirements. My eyes widened as I read through the offensive possibilities. These techniques sounded incredibly powerful, but the energy requirements and complexity warnings were sobering. I paused, considering the implications of what I'd just read. There was a fundamental difference between my usual plant manipulation techniques and what this scroll was describing. When I used primordial woods arts to control vines or branches, I was working with normal plant matter enhanced by chi, wood that could punch through stone walls, shatter steel armor, or cave in a cultivator's ribcage with enough spiritual energy behind it. But a manifested branch from the realm-stabilizing tree? That was something else entirely. The way it had completely nullified my phantom strike, absorbing both physical and spiritual force without taking any damage whatsoever. A projectile with those same properties wouldn't just devastate someone, It would be like getting struck by a fragment of the world's fundamental structure itself. The spiritual stability that made it perfect for defense would make it absolutely catastrophic on offense. Instead of a chi-enhanced wooden spear that might shatter against sufficiently powerful barriers, this would be something that could punch through peak chi condensation realm defenses like they were made of paper. That realization made the energy requirements and complexity warnings make perfect sense. This wasn't just a more advanced version of plant manipulation, it was essentially learning to weaponize one of the most spiritually stable materials in existence. Well, I said to Azure, let's see how difficult this really is. I returned to my meditation position and established the connection with my realm stabilizing tree. This time, instead of focusing on creating a static defensive barrier, I tried to manifest a branch with forward momentum, essentially creating a wooden projectile that would materialize at range and strike with significant force. The first attempt was a complete disaster. I managed to begin manifestation about 3 feet away from me, but the moment I tried to add kinetic energy to the process, the entire structure collapsed. The spiritual essence drain was enormous, leaving me gasping and lightheaded. That was significantly more difficult than expected. I panted, wiping sweat from my forehead. The energy expenditure was indeed much higher, Azure observed. Perhaps 3 times what the defensive manifestations required. I tried again, this time aiming for a smaller branch and less kinetic force. The manifestation held together longer, actually forming a recognizable piece of wood before losing cohesion and dissipating harmlessly. Getting closer, I muttered, though I could feel my spiritual essence reserves dropping rapidly. But this is going to take a lot more practice. My third attempt at offensive manifestation produced the best results yet. A branch about the size of my forearm that actually maintained its structure while moving forward about 2 feet. But the energy cost was staggering, and the technique felt clumsy and uncontrolled compared to the smooth defensive applications I'd been practicing. This is probably a months-long project, I said, letting the failed manifestation disperse. Maybe longer. The defensive applications are intuitive, but adding movement and force to the manifestations is like trying to learn an entirely different technique. I consulted the scroll again, noting the recommendation for higher cultivation levels. The gap between defensive and offensive applications was clearly substantial. You know what? I said, rolling up the scroll with a decisive gesture. The defensive applications are more than enough for the tournament. I've got plenty of offensive options already. Runes, plant manipulation, chi techniques. What I was missing was reliable defense against chi disruption attacks. I agree, Master. Mastering the defensive applications thoroughly would likely serve you better in the tournament than struggling with half-learned offensive techniques. Despite not having mastered the full scope of the technique, I felt quite satisfied. Some prodigies might have been frustrated by only achieving basic defensive manifestations in a single day, expecting to master both offensive and defensive applications within hours. But for me, this level of progress was remarkable. I'd gone from complete failure to successfully manifesting stable defensive structures that could neutralize chi-based attacks. That was more advancement in one technique than I typically managed in a week when I didn't have the help of a time dilation chamber, or in my case, a time dilation world. I should head back, I said, standing up and brushing soil from my robes. I want to get some rest before my spar with Lu Chang tomorrow. It'll be interesting to see how this defensive technique performs in actual combat. The morning air was crisp as I made my way toward the inner sect district, my footsteps echoing off the polished stone pathways that marked the boundary between the outer and inner areas of Azure Peak Sect. It wasn't a place I usually visited, after all. As an outer disciple, I had little reason to venture into territory that wasn't technically forbidden but certainly wasn't encouraged either. The difference was immediately obvious. Where the outer disciple quarters were functional but cramped, with shared courtyards and communal training areas, the inner sect felt like stepping into an entirely different world. The buildings here were larger, more ornate, with individual courtyards and private gardens that spoke of resources and status I could only dream of as an outer disciple. Inner disciples truly live in a different tier of existence, Azure observed as I passed a particularly impressive pavilion with its own miniature waterfall. He wasn't wrong. Even the chi in the air felt denser here, more refined. Spirit stones had been embedded into the very foundations of these buildings, creating an environment where cultivation would naturally progress faster than in the outer sect. It was a reminder of just how much the sect invested in those who'd proven themselves worthy of advancement. As I walked deeper into the inner sect territory, I started noticing the reactions from the disciples I passed. A few gave me respectful nods, recognition flickering in their eyes, probably from the tournament coverage. Others looked wary, sizing me up like I was some unknown variable that had suddenly appeared in their carefully ordered world. One particularly hostile-looking disciple, a young man with perfectly styled hair and expensive-looking robes, stared at me with such venom I half expected him to challenge me to a duel right there on the pathway. His expression suggested I'd personally murdered his entire family lineage going back 9 generations. I had no idea what I'd done to earn that level of hatred, but I wisely decided to keep walking rather than find out. Interesting variety of reactions, I muttered inwardly. Tournament performances tend to shift social dynamics, Azure replied thoughtfully. Some see potential allies, others see threats to their status. That last one probably views you as competition for advancement opportunities. That's just the life of a cultivator. I sighed, thinking about the dog-eat-dog world I had found myself in. Anyways, I've got more important things to worry about, like finding where Lu Chang actually lives. The inner sect was significantly larger than I'd realized from my occasional glimpses of it, and wandering around aimlessly would probably attract more unwanted attention than I was comfortable with. Spotting a friendly-looking inner disciple tending to a small garden outside his courtyard, I decided to take the direct approach. He appeared to be around my age, maybe a year or two older, with the kind of relaxed demeanor that suggested he wasn't immediately going to view me as some sort of threat. "Excuse me," I said, approaching with what I hoped was a non-threatening posture. "I'm looking for Lu Chang's residence. Could you point me in the right direction?" The disciple looked up from his spiritual herbs, taking a moment to study my face before recognition dawned. A smile spread across his features as he straightened up. "You're Ku'in, aren't you?" he said, wiping soil from his hands. "From the outer sect tournament?" "That's me," I confirmed, wondering where this conversation was headed. "I'm Feng Hao," he said, giving me a slight bow. "Pleasure to meet you properly. I watched your performance in the tournament. Very impressive work. That technique you used against the realm-stabilizing tree? Most of us are still trying to figure out how you managed that breakthrough. Just got lucky with the timing, I suppose," I replied, returning the bow with one of my own. It didn't surprise me that the inner disciples recognized the tree for what it truly was. Feng Hao chuckled. "Luck doesn't account for surviving everything that realm threw at you. Word among the inner disciples is that you, Wu Kongming, and Wei Lin are pretty much guaranteed to join us here soon. The only question is when, not if. The story has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation." That explained some of the reactions I'd been getting. "Is that why some people here seem less than thrilled to see me?" "Exactly." Feng Hao nodded, his expression becoming more serious. "The inner sect has a delicate social balance. When new disciples advance, it shifts the competition for resources, training opportunities, even just general standing within the hierarchy. Some people get nervous about change. I could understand that. The cultivation world was inherently competitive, and any disruption to established orders would naturally cause anxiety among those who'd worked to secure their positions." "Makes sense," I said. "Competition for advancement must be pretty intense here." "You have no idea," Feng Hao said with a rueful laugh. "I think I'm starting to get an idea." I laughed. "On the way here, someone looked at like I personally wronged his ancestors." "Oh, that would be Chen Wuwei. He had a bet riding on you being eliminated in the first round. Lost quite a few spirit stones when you didn't get eliminated by the dozen ninth-stage beasts that just wouldn't leave you alone." Feng Hao grinned. "He's been in a foul mood ever since." That explained the death glare. "Ah, well, hopefully he gets over it." "He will. Chen's not actually a bad guy, just terrible at gambling and worse at accepting losses gracefully." Feng Hao wiped his hands on a small towel. "So, you're looking for Lu Chang's place, right?" I can show you the way. It's not far from here. As we walked, Feng Hao pointed out various features of the inner sect that I'd never had the chance to observe up close. Each disciple had their own courtyard, some larger than others depending on their ranking and length of service. The more senior inner disciples had courtyards with multiple buildings, separate living quarters, dedicated cultivation chambers, private training grounds. The resource allocation here is significantly more generous than the outer sect, I observed, trying not to sound too envious. It's one of the main motivations for advancement, Feng Hao agreed. Not just the prestige but the practical benefits. Better living conditions, access to higher quality spiritual herbs, private training facilities. Makes a real difference in cultivation speed. We passed a courtyard where I could see an inner disciple practicing sword forms on his own private training ground. The precision of his movements and the spiritual energy radiating from his techniques suggested someone well into the elemental realm, possibly approaching the stellar realm. Do all inner disciples get their own training areas? I asked. Basic ones, yes, though they vary in size and quality depending on your standing. Lu Chang's is actually quite nice. He's been an inner disciple for a while now, and his contributions to sect missions have earned him some upgrades. As we approached what Feng Hao indicated was Lu Chang's courtyard, I could see what he meant. The space was considerably larger than the other courtyards we'd passed, with a proper training ground that included formation arrays for practice combat. It didn't compare to the elaborate facilities I'd seen at Lu Chen's core disciple residence, but it was still a dramatic improvement over the shared spaces available to outer disciples. This is Lu Chang's place, Feng Hao said, gesturing toward an entrance marked with his name in elegant calligraphy. Just head through that gate. He's probably in the training area if he's not in his study. Thanks for the help, I said sincerely. I appreciate you taking the time. No problem at all, Feng Hao replied with another friendly smile. And don't be a stranger, all right? Once you make it to the inner sect, we should definitely share some cultivation insights. I've got a feeling there's a lot we could learn from each other. Thanks. I appreciate the guidance, and I'll definitely take you up on that. I meant it too. Having friendly connections in the inner sect would make the eventual transition much smoother. He waved and headed back toward his own courtyard, leaving me standing at Lu Chang's gate. I could hear sounds coming from the training ground, the distinctive clash of techniques and the controlled release of spiritual energy that meant someone was sparring. I pressed the visitor's chime beside the gate, but after a moment of no response, I realized they probably couldn't hear it over their training. The privacy formations looked quite basic. When activated, they would contain the noise from the sparring, but they'd also prevent outside sounds from getting in. Taking a chance that Lu Chang wouldn't mind the intrusion, I pushed open the gate and stepped into his courtyard. The sight that greeted me was impressive. Lu Chang and Suyu were in the middle of what was clearly a serious training session, but the moment I appeared, both fighters paused their exchange and turned towards me. Ku-in, Suyu called out with a warm smile, lowering her flame-wreathed hands. Perfect timing. Lu Chang grinned and offered a quick wave. Good to see you. We're just finishing up this set. Give us a few more minutes. Don't mind me, I replied, raising my hands. Pretend I'm not here. This looks like excellent training. All right, but stick around after, Lu Chang said, already turning back to Suyu. We definitely want to catch up. S is bynovelfire.net. I could immediately sense that both had made significant cultivation advances since I'd last seen them. Lu Chang's spiritual pressure had the distinctive quality of the pseudo-elemental realm, the same level I'd recently achieved. Suyu had clearly broken through to the 9th stage of qi condensation, her fire-based techniques burning with a much hotter, more controlled flame than I remembered. I found a comfortable spot against the courtyard wall where I wouldn't interfere and leaned against it to watch. This was definitely going to be educational. Suyu opened with a technique I had seen her use before, a series of flame constructs that took the shape of phoenixes, each one diving toward Lu Chang from a different angle. The coordination was impressive. While 2 phoenixes attacked high, a 3rd swept low, and a 4th came in from the side. Lu Chang's response was textbook immutable Titan scripture. His skin took on the distinctive stone-like quality I'd seen during the Beast Wave mission, and instead of dodging, he simply took the hits. The flame phoenixes crashed into him with enough force to crack stone, but they simply dispersed against his enhanced defense. But that wasn't the end of the exchange. Even as the phoenixes were dissipating, Lu Chang was already moving forward. His technique was called Earthquake Fist, and I could see why. When his stone-hardened fist struck the ground where Su Yu had been standing, the entire training ground shook. Cracks spread outward in a spiderweb pattern, and the shockwave was strong enough that I felt it from my position 20 feet away. Su Yu had anticipated the attack and launched herself into the air with a burst of flame from her feet. But Lu Chang wasn't done. As she hung in the air, momentarily vulnerable, he shifted his stance and delivered what looked like a simple palm strike toward her position. The attack didn't look like much until the compressed air from his strike reached her. The shockwave caught Su Yu in midair and sent her tumbling, but she managed to convert the momentum into a controlled spin, landing gracefully and immediately launching a counterattack. This time she went for speed over power. A series of rapid flame bursts created a cloud of superheated air around Lu Chang, and then she was moving through it like a dancer, striking at him from multiple angles faster than most cultivators could track. Lu Chang's response was fascinating to watch. Instead of trying to match her speed, he used his immovable mountain stance. His feet seemed to grow roots into the training ground, and no matter how hard or fast Su Yu struck, he remained perfectly stable. But more than that, he was studying her patterns, and I could see him positioning himself to intercept her next attack. When Su Yu came in for what looked like a finishing blow, a technique that compressed all her flame energy into a single piercing strike, Lu Chang was ready. His timing was perfect. He grabbed her wrist just as she committed to the attack, using her own momentum to redirect her past him, and followed up with a gentle but firm palm strike to her back that sent her stumbling forward. Excellent improvement on the Phoenix flight technique, Lu Chang said as Su Yu caught her balance. But you're telegraphing your final approach. Try varying the rhythm of your feints. I thought I had you with that last combination, Su Yu replied, breathing hard but grinning. Your defense has gotten even more ridiculous since the last time we sparred. The Immutable Titan scripture is all about patience and positioning, Lu Chang explained. The stronger your offense becomes, the more I need to focus on reading your intentions rather than just tanking everything. It was clear that this wasn't just sparring, it was high-level combat training between two very skilled fighters. Lu Chang had the kind of practical fighting experience that couldn't be learned from manuals or gained in a training hall. Someone had taught him to fight for real, against real opponents who were trying to kill him. His combat instincts are remarkable, I thought to Azure. I'm at the same cultivation level, but I have serious doubts about whether I could take him in a fair fight. Read complete version only at novaifire.net. Without using the stellar energy, you mean, Azure clarified. Obviously, but that's not exactly a sustainable strategy for regular sparring between friends. The spar wasn't long. It came to a natural conclusion as both fighters stepped back and bowed formally to each other. Su Yu was breathing hard but grinning, clearly satisfied with her performance. Lu Chang looked barely winded, though I could see the slight sheen of perspiration that indicated he'd been taking the session seriously. Your flame control has improved dramatically, Lu Chang was saying to her as they both walked over to me. The transition between offensive and defensive applications is much smoother now. Still feels clunky compared to how you make it look, Su Yu replied, then turned toward me with a welcoming smile. Ku-in, congratulations on the tournament performance. We heard you made quite an impression. Thanks, I said, returning her smile. Though I see you two have been making some impressive progress of your own. Pseudo-elemental realm. I directed the question toward Lu Chang. He nodded with obvious satisfaction. Broke through 3 days ago. The battle against Kajun provided some insights that I finally digested. It was enough to push me over the edge. Your own advancement was even more dramatic, from what I heard. You watched the tournament? I asked, genuinely curious. Most inner disciples didn't typically pay attention to outer sect competitions. You might be reading a stolen copy. Visit Royal Road for the authentic version. I caught some clips, Lu Chang admitted. Couldn't watch the whole thing. I was in the middle of consolidating my breakthrough at the time. But Suyu filled me in on the details, and I saw the recording crystals of your major battles. Suyu stepped forward, her expression lighting up with excitement. That battle between you and Wu Kongming was incredible to watch. The way you two were going at each other with everything you had. I've never seen outer disciples fight at that level before. It was pretty intense, I admitted. Wu Kongming is no joke as an opponent. Intense is putting it mildly, Suyu continued enthusiastically. The whole viewing area went silent when you two started that final exchange. And now that you're both advancing to the individual stage. She grinned. I can't wait to see you finish what you started. That's going to be the match everyone's talking about. Assuming we both make it that far, I said, though I couldn't deny the anticipation I felt at the prospect of facing Wu Kongming again. Lu Chang clapped me on the shoulder. Don't undersell yourself. I always knew you'd catch up to me soon. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if you surpass me entirely within the year. There was no jealousy in his voice, no hidden resentment, just the genuine pleasure of a friend celebrating another's success. It was one of the things I'd always appreciated about Lu Chang. His complete lack of petty competitiveness when it came to personal relationships. I doubt that, I replied, despite knowing that with my world-walking abilities he was right. But I knew better than to underestimate someone like Lu Chang. People like that usually went far in life. You've got a lifetime of combat experience that I'm nowhere close to matching. Cultivation level is only part of the equation. Experience can be gained, Lu Chang said with a slight smile. Natural talent and the kind of insights you've been developing? Those are much rarer. So you nodded in agreement. The way you handled those 9th stage beasts, and then the coordinated team battles afterward? Most people would have been overwhelmed by that level of complexity. You made it look almost routine. Routine is definitely not how it felt, I said with a laugh. Half the time I was just trying not to get killed while figuring out what the hell was happening and why we couldn't catch a break. That's combat for you, Lu Chang said sagely. The key is getting good at thinking clearly while everything's trying to kill you. It's a skill that only comes with practice. We talked for a while about the tournament, sharing observations and insights about various techniques we'd witnessed. Lu Chang was particularly interested in Wu Kongming's sword work, asking detailed questions about the precision and spiritual control he displayed. I'd love to spar with him sometime, Lu Chang mused. Sword cultivators have a completely different approach to combat than what I'm used to. The focus on perfect technique over raw power creates interesting strategic challenges. He's definitely skilled, I agreed. We continued discussing the tournament and various cultivation insights for another 20 minutes. It was remarkably relaxing, talking shop with people who understood the complexities and challenges of serious cultivation. The easy camaraderie reminded me why I'd grown to value my friendships within the sect so much. Eventually, Lu Chang asked the question I'd been expecting. So, what brings you to the inner sect today? Not that you're not welcome anytime, but you don't usually venture into our territory. I was hoping to ask for your help with something, I said, shifting into a more serious tone. I've got 2 days left before the tournament battles begin, and I'm looking for good sparring partners. Specifically, people who can challenge me at my current level and help me test some techniques I've been working on. Lu Chang's expression became more interested. What kind of techniques? Defensive applications, mostly. I've been developing some new approaches to combat that I want to practice against someone with real skill before I try them in actual competition. Ah, Lu Chang nodded knowingly. You want to spar against someone who won't accidentally kill you if your experimental techniques don't work as expected. Exactly. And you're one of the few people I know who has both the skill level to provide a real challenge and the control to pull back if something goes wrong. Suyue grinned. Plus, Lu Chang loves any excuse to test his own new techniques. Win-win situation. She's not wrong, Lu Chang admitted with a slight smile. I've been working on some applications of my new cultivation level that could use practical testing, and while Suyu's great to train with, she knows all my techniques too well. Hey! Suyu protested, though she was smiling. I'll have you know my unpredictability is one of my best features. Your unpredictability consists of exactly 7 variations on throw fire at the problem, Lu Chang replied. I love you for it, but it's not exactly mysterious anymore. Suyu threw a small fireball at his head, which he deflected casually with the back of his hand. So, Lu Chang said, turning his attention back on me, if you're willing to help me experiment with some pseudo-elemental realm techniques, I'm more than happy to help you with whatever you're developing. That sounds perfect, I said, feeling genuinely grateful. I should warn you, though, some of what I'm working with might seem a bit unusual. I've been exploring some unconventional approaches to cultivation that don't always follow traditional patterns. The best innovations rarely do, Lu Chang replied. As long as you're confident in the safety margins, I'm game to see what you've come up with. Suyu stepped back toward the edge of the training area, settling onto a stone bench that was clearly designed for observers. I'll watch and provide commentary, she announced. Someone needs to keep you two from getting carried away. Lu Chang and I moved to opposite ends of the training ground, the familiar pre-combat ritual helping me focus my thoughts and spiritual energy. The space was well designed for sparring, with formation arrays built into the ground that would contain most techniques while still allowing for realistic combat practice. Any particular rules or restrictions? Lu Chang asked as he settled into a ready stance. Let's start with basic combat techniques and see how things develop, I suggested. I want to test my defensive applications against your normal fighting style before we escalate to anything more dramatic. Sounds reasonable, Lu Chang agreed, his spiritual pressure beginning to radiate outward as he prepared for combat. I could feel my own cultivation responding, the familiar sensation of spiritual essence circulating through my meridians as I accessed the techniques I'd been practicing. The partial manifestation of the realm-stabilizing tree was foremost in my mind, but I also wanted to test how my various runes and plant manipulation abilities would fare against Lu Chang's refined combat style. Remember, Azure commented quietly, this is about learning, not winning. Don't let competitive instincts override the educational value of the experience. Good advice. Lu Chang was doing me a favor by agreeing to the sparring session, and I'd learn more from honest testing than from trying to dominate the fight. We stood facing each other across the training ground, spiritual energy crackling in the air between us as both of our cultivation bases fully activated. Lu Chang's immutable Titan scripture created an aura of absolute stability around him, while my World Tree Sutra spread subtle traces of wood element chi throughout the immediate environment. Ready when you are, Lu Chang called out, his stance shifting into something that looked deceptively relaxed but felt anything but. I nodded. It was time to see how my new techniques would fare against a real opponent. Let's start with basic martial arts, Lu Chang suggested. No chi techniques, no spiritual energy enhancement, just fundamentals. That seemed reasonable enough. I'd been in plenty of fights since arriving in this world, but most of them had relied heavily on my various techniques and abilities. Pure hand-to-hand combat? That was something I'd been avoiding thinking about for a while now. I moved forward first, throwing a straightforward punch toward Lu Chang's midsection. It wasn't fancy, but it was fast and had decent power behind it. Lu Chang shifted slightly to the left, my fist passing harmlessly through the space where his body had been a split second before. Before I could recover, his hand shot out and grabbed my extended wrist, using my own momentum against me as he stepped into my guard. Too linear, he said conversationally, even as he drove his free elbow toward my ribs. I managed to twist away from the worst of the impact, but his elbow still connected with my side hard enough to make me grunt. The hit didn't cause serious damage, but it definitely got my attention. I tried to break free from his grip on my wrist, but his fingers were like iron bands. And you're telegraphing your intentions? Lu Chang continued, as if we were having a casual chat instead of trying to beat each other up. I could see that punch coming from the moment you shifted your weight. He released my wrist and stepped back, giving me space to reset. I rubbed my side where his elbow had connected, already feeling a dull ache spreading through the muscle. Again, he said simply. This time I tried to be more unpredictable, feinting with my left hand before launching a kick toward his knee. Lu Chong didn't even bother trying to dodge. Instead, he caught my ankle with one hand and simply lifted, sending me hopping backward on one foot as I tried to maintain my balance. Better, he nodded approvingly. But your footwork isn't perfect, and at this stage of your cultivation, the basics need to be perfect. You're thinking like someone who learned to fight from books instead of practice. Before I could process what he meant by that, he pushed my captured leg sideways while simultaneously sweeping my supporting ankle with his foot. I went down hard, landing flat on my back with enough force to drive the air from my lungs. Your center of gravity is a little too high, Lu Chong explained, offering me a hand up. I accepted his help getting back to my feet, feeling a mix of frustration and recognition. This was going exactly as badly as I'd expected it would, but that was also exactly what I'd come here for. I needed to understand my weaknesses, and Lu Chong was showing me clearly where I stood in terms of pure martial skill. This wasn't discouraging. It was educational. Let me show you what I mean, Lu Chong said. Attack me again, but this time really try to hurt me. Don't hold back. I hesitated for a moment, then decided to take him at his word. If he wanted me to go all out, then I would. I launched myself forward, throwing a combination of punches and kicks with as much speed and power as I could manage without using chi enhancement. Chapters first released on Novelire.net. Lu Chong moved like water, flowing around my attacks with an ease that was almost insulting. Every punch passed harmlessly through empty air. Every kick found nothing but space. And all the while he was studying me with those calm, analytical eyes. You're strong, he observed, effortlessly avoiding a hook punch that should have taken his head off. Faster than most people at your cultivation level too. But you fight like you're trying to solve a math problem instead of responding to your opponent. To demonstrate his point, he suddenly stopped dodging and stepped directly into my guard. Before I could react, his hands were on my shoulders, and he was pivoting at the waist. The world spun around me as he executed what could only be described as a perfect judo throw, sending me sailing through the air to land heavily on the training ground's padded surface. I lay there for a moment, staring up at the ceiling and trying to figure out what had just happened. 1 second I'd been throwing what felt like a decent combination, and the next I was flat on my back again. The problem, Lu Chong said, walking over to stand beside me, is that you've never really had to learn proper martial arts. You grew up in a village where the biggest threat was probably a drunk farmer with a pitchfork. That's not your fault, but it is a weakness you need to address. You could be reading stolen content. Head to the original site for the genuine story. I sat up slowly, working out a new kink in my back. Yeah, I'm starting to see that. Clan children grow up learning to fight from the moment they can walk. Lu Chong continued, his tone matter-of-fact rather than condescending. They have private tutors, training partners, access to martial arts manuals that go back hundreds of generations. By the time they start cultivating, the fundamentals are already second nature. He extended a hand to help me up again, which I gratefully accepted. You're incredibly powerful, Ku-in. Your cultivation techniques are impressive, your strategic thinking is solid, and you've got more tricks up your sleeve than most cultivators 10 times your age. But if you ever find yourself in a situation where you can't use those techniques, where it comes down to pure martial skill, you'll be helpless. I nodded, brushing dust off my robes. You're absolutely right. I've been relying on my abilities to cover for that weakness, but it's not sustainable long-term. The fact that you can admit that puts you ahead of most cultivators, Lu Chong said with approval. Too many people let their pride get in the way of acknowledging their shortcomings. The truth was, I'd been unconsciously avoiding this weakness for months by relying on my runes and plant manipulation techniques. Every fight I'd been in, I'd used superior mobility and range to avoid prolonged martial arts exchanges. When enemies got close, I'd teleport away with blink step. When they tried to corner me, I'd use vines to create distance or explosive seeds to force them back. I'd become so good at controlling the flow of combat with my chi techniques that I'd never really been forced to test my hand-to-hand skills against a truly skilled opponent. The last time I did have a martial arts exchange was with Zhang Ruiyang in the Starhaven realm, and he had absolutely dominated me. I'd only won that fight because I'd been able to use my runes to level the playing field. Back on Earth, I was a typical college student, more interested in video games and hanging out with friends than learning self-defense. Sure, I watched boxing and some UFC events, but I had never expected to wake up in a world where physical combat was less of a choice and more of a daily reality. Which meant, in terms of pure martial arts skill, I was far behind. To put it in perspective, Liu Chang was essentially a black belt-level hand-to-hand combatant. He'd been training since childhood, learning from masters who'd perfected their techniques over centuries. His movements were fluid, efficient, and backed by years of muscle memory. I, on the other hand, was maybe at a blue belt level from the basic instruction I'd received at the sect. That meant I could probably defeat most untrained people without too much trouble, even without relying on chi. But against someone with Liu Chang's level of skill, I didn't have a prayer unless I used superior chi techniques to level the playing field. Master, Azure said quietly in my mind, a martial arts-focused world might be an excellent choice for future world-walking training. Surely, there must be countless realms where hand-to-hand combat has been refined to supernatural levels. He had a point. If the Genesis seed ever produced a fruit that led to one of those worlds, it might be worth spending some time there just to shore up this particular weakness. It was the only way to not only catch up but surpass prodigies that have trained their whole lives. Hand-to-hand combat is definitely something to work on after the tournament, I said aloud. Right now, I need to focus on the competition ahead. A day or two of martial arts won't make much difference. Understandable, Liu Chang nodded. But don't let it slide indefinitely. The higher your cultivation gets, the more likely you are to face opponents who have mastered both spiritual and martial techniques. Trust me, it's on my list, I replied. Right after surviving the next week. I paused, studying Liu Chang's physique with new appreciation. The way he'd handled me in pure martial combat, combined with his obvious physical strength and the effortless manner in which he'd thrown me around, suggested something beyond just good training. You're also a body cultivator, aren't you? I asked, the pieces clicking together in my mind. That would explain why your physical capabilities seem so far beyond what I'd expect even without the use of chi. Liu Chang smiled and nodded. Guilty as charged. The immutable Titan scripture isn't just about spiritual cultivation. It's a dual-path method that strengthens both the body and the spirit simultaneously. Most people focus on one aspect or the other, but the true power comes from balancing both. That made perfect sense. Body cultivation was notoriously difficult and time-consuming, requiring specialized techniques and often painful training regimens. But the benefits were substantial: enhanced physical strength, improved durability, and martial capabilities that went far beyond what normal spiritual cultivation could provide. No wonder I felt like I was fighting someone from a completely different weight class. I laughed. It wasn't just skill disparity. It was like a lightweight trying to wrestle a heavyweight. Suyu chuckled from her observation position. Don't feel too bad about it. Liu Chang's been training in body cultivation since he was a child. His family's techniques have been refined over generations specifically for that dual-path approach. Still, I said, stretching out muscles that were already starting to ache. It's good to know what I'm up against, and it makes me even more curious to see how my spiritual techniques stack up against your defenses. Liu Chang smiled at that. Fair enough. So, ready to move on to techniques? Yeah, I said, settling into a combat stance and feeling my spiritual energy begin to circulate properly. Let's go. Techniques and abilities were where I actually had some confidence, but I had a feeling even they wouldn't be enough against a dual cultivator. Liu Chang shifted his stance as well, his spiritual pressure radiating outward like a physical weight. The stone-like quality of his skin became more pronounced as he activated his immutable Titan scripture, and I could see the formation arrays built into the training ground responding to the increased energy levels. Remember, so you called out from her position on the bench? Try not to destroy my boyfriend's nice training ground. I'll do my best, I replied, though I was already planning my opening move. Time to test just how good Liu Chang's legendary defense really was. I activated Blink Step, feeling the familiar rush as the rune on my thigh flared to life. Space folded around me, and in an instant I was behind Liu Chang, the Titan's Crest rune on my left hand already channeling its strength enhancement into my attack. My Phantom Strike lashed out, enhanced by the physical essence boost from the Titan's Crest. The technique that could cave in a normal cultivator's chest struck Lu Chang square between the shoulder blades with enough force to shatter stone. He didn't even flinch. Lu Chang's body absorbed the impact like it was nothing more than a gentle tap. The stone-like quality of his skin didn't even show a mark where my enhanced strike had landed. He turned around slowly, his expression completely calm. "Not bad timing," he said conversationally, as if I hadn't just hit him with enough force to demolish a small building. "But you're still telegraphing your attacks, even with the teleportation." Before I could process that comment, his hand shot out toward my wrist in the same grabbing motion he'd used during our martial arts exchange. But this time I was ready for it. Verduring Step activated instantly, my body dissolving into particles of green light that flowed along the spiritual connection I'd automatically established with a small fern growing near the edge of the training ground. I rematerialized 20 feet away, well out of his reach. "There we go," Lu Chang nodded approvingly. "This is what I meant earlier. Your techniques do an excellent job of hiding your fundamental martial arts weaknesses." He wasn't wrong, but I wasn't about to apologize for playing to my strengths. If my abilities could compensate for my lack of traditional training for the time being, then that was just smart tactics. I decided to test his defense from range this time. Channeling my primordial woods arts, I called forth thick vines from the earth around Lu Chang's position. They erupted from the soil with tremendous force, each one as thick as my torso and moving with the kind of speed that could snatch birds out of the air. Lu Chang's response was simple. His fist lashed out in a casual punch that should have been far too slow to intercept the vines. But when his stone-hardened knuckles connected with the plant matter, the impact sent shockwaves through the entire structure. All 6 vines exploded into splinters and sap, completely destroyed by a single strike. "Your plant manipulation is impressive," Lu Chang commented, brushing bits of vegetation off his robes. "But you're still thinking in terms of overwhelming force rather than tactical application." "Fair enough. Let's see how he handled something a bit more complex." I activated the Leaf Storm rune, feeling the familiar energy drain as the technique came to life. Dozens of razor-sharp leaves materialized in the air around me, each one spinning with enough force to slice through steel. They moved like a coordinated swarm, approaching Lu Chang from multiple angles simultaneously. The leaves struck his position in a whirlwind of cutting edges, each impact creating small sparks as they made contact with his enhanced skin. The sound was like a dozen swords striking an anvil all at once, echoing throughout the training ground. When the leaf storm finally dissipated, Lu Chang stood completely unharmed. Not a single cut, not even a mark on his robes. "Damn," I breathed, genuinely impressed despite my frustration. "Your defense really is something else." Lu Chang has the strongest defense among all Qi condensation cultivators in the entire sect, so you called out proudly from her observation spot. "I've seen Elemental Realm inner disciples struggle to break through his techniques." Lu Chang nodded matter-of-factly. "The immutable Titan scripture is specifically designed for absolute defense. At my current level, only a genuine Elemental Realm attack would be able to break through my protection." That was both impressive and slightly terrifying. If Lu Chang could casually tank Elemental Realm attacks, then most cultivators in our generation wouldn't even be able to scratch him. But if brute force wasn't going to work, then it was time to get creative. Knowing that Lu Chang had only seen some highlights of my battles in the Fallen Realm and not the entirety, I had a trick I could potentially use to create an opening. I called forth my vines again, but this time instead of attacking directly, I had them spread out across the training ground in a specific pattern. SSBYNovair.net. To a casual observer, it would look like I was just trying to entangle Lu Chang's legs. But I was actually weaving the plant matter into the precise geometric shapes required for a formation. "Vines again?" Lu Chang asked, sounding almost disappointed, but this only confirmed my suspicions. "I thought you'd learned from the first attempt." The vines wrapped around his legs, arms, and torso in what looked like a simple binding technique. Lu Chang didn't even bother trying to dodge. confident that he could break free with minimal effort. "Vines can't hold me down," he said, flexing his arms and preparing to shred the plant matter with raw strength. But before he could break free, I activated the formation. The vines flared with spiritual energy as the Qi disruption array came to life, sending waves of interference through Lu Chang's cultivation base. His spiritual energy flow stuttered, the stone-like quality of his skin flickering as his defensive techniques wavered. His eyes widened in surprise. "That's not a normal binding technique." I was already moving. Blink Step carried me behind him again, and this time when my Titan's Crest enhanced Phantom Strike landed on his back, the results were dramatically different. Without his full defensive enhancement active, the attack actually staggered him forward. But Lu Chang's combat instincts were absolutely terrifying. Even with his Qi disrupted and his defense compromised, he pivoted at the waist and launched a palm strike of his own. I barely had time to register the attack before his hand connected with my chest, sending me flying backward across the training ground. I hit the far wall hard enough to see stars, my ribs aching from the impact. Lu Chang had dug his heel into the ground to absorb the momentum from his own strike, but I could see furrows in the stone where his feet had been pushed backward by the force of the exchange. My eyes narrowed as I picked myself up off the ground. Even with his Qi disrupted and his defense compromised, he'd still managed to tank my enhanced attack and counter with enough force to send me across the room. Just how absurdly durable was this guy? I watched as Lu Chang flexed his arms, easily snapping the vines that had lost their structural integrity when the formation array collapsed. He rolled his shoulders, working out the kinks from my successful strike. "Clever use of formations," he said approvingly. "I didn't realize you'd learned to incorporate formations in combat. That technique could be genuinely dangerous against opponents who aren't expecting it." "Thanks," I replied, still catching my breath. "Though I notice it didn't exactly put you down. You got through my defense, that's more than most people manage." Now, Lu Chang's expression shifted, becoming more serious. "Prepare yourself. It's my turn." He shot forward with explosive speed, his fist trailing visible spiritual energy as he launched what looked like a straightforward Qi-enhanced punch. But I could feel the power behind it, enough force to crater stone and probably cave in my ribcage if it connected. Time to test my new defensive technique. I reached inward, connecting with the realm-stabilizing tree in my inner world. The familiar sensation of silver-veined spiritual essence flowed through my meridians as I channeled the energy into my hands. You might be reading a pirated copy. Look for the official release to support the author. A translucent branch materialized between me and Lu Chang's incoming attack, silver spiritual veining clearly visible through the ghostly wood. The manifestation was about the size of my forearm, curved like a natural shield. Lu Chang's Qi-enhanced punch struck the branch dead-on. The impact was tremendous, sending shockwaves through the training ground and causing the formation arrays to flare as they absorbed the excess energy. But when the dust settled, Lu Chang had been forced backward several steps by the backlash, while my branch remained completely intact. "What the hell?" Lu Chang muttered, shaking his hand and looking at it with confusion. That felt like punching the side of a mountain. His eyes widened as recognition dawned. "That's the realm-stabilizing tree, isn't it? The one you absorbed during the tournament." "Something like that," I confirmed, maintaining the manifestation despite the steady drain on my spiritual essence. Lu Chang's expression shifted from confusion to genuine fascination. "Mind if I test a few more techniques against it? I'd like to understand exactly what we're dealing with here." I nodded, curious myself about the limits of the defensive technique. "Go ahead. This is exactly the kind of testing I was hoping for." What followed was less like a sparring match and more like me serving as Lu Chang's personal training dummy. But honestly, that was exactly what I wanted. I needed to understand the capabilities and limitations of the tree manifestation before relying on it in actual combat. Lu Chang started with his Earthquake Fist, the seismic shockwave technique that had destroyed my vines so easily earlier. When the ground-shaking punch connected with the branch, the result was the same as before. Lu Chang was forced backward by the recoil, while the branch absorbed the impact without showing any damage. Next came his Titan skin technique, where he hardened his fist to stone-like density before striking. Again, no effect on the branch beyond forcing him to step backward from the backlash. Incredible, Lu Chang muttered, examining his knuckles for damage. It's like the wood itself is rejecting the spiritual energy component of my attacks. He tried several more techniques. A chi-enhanced kick that should have shattered steel, a palm strike that compressed air into a concussive blast, even a technique where he channeled earth energy through his fist to increase its mass and impact force. Nothing worked. Every attack was absorbed by the branch, the silver veining flaring briefly as it neutralized the spiritual components while distributing the physical force harmlessly through its structure. Lu Chang was taking more damage from the backlash than my defense was suffering from his attacks. This is remarkable, I said, genuinely amazed by the technique's effectiveness. It's defending against pseudo-elemental level attacks like they're nothing. I'm starting to think only genuine elemental realm techniques could damage it. Let's test that theory, Lu Chang said, stepping back and assuming a stance I hadn't seen before. I've been working on a new technique, something that operates at the elemental realm level. I think your defense can handle it, but it's your choice whether you want to risk it. I hesitated. Getting injured right before the tournament would be incredibly stupid. But at the same time, Wu Kongming had already demonstrated that he could access elemental realm level power when he decapitated that elemental realm golem in the Fallen Realm. If I was going to face opponents capable of that level of attack, I needed to know whether my defense could handle it. But I wasn't dumb enough to tank an elemental realm attack with just a single manifested branch. All right, I said, making my decision. But give me a moment to prepare properly. I reached into my storage ring and withdrew several thick vines I'd been keeping in reserve. These weren't the thin, whip-like tendrils I normally used for attacks. They were massive, armored constructs designed specifically for defense. I wrapped them around my torso and arms like organic armor, creating multiple layers of protection. Next, I poured additional spiritual energy into the manifested branch, reinforcing its structure and density until it practically hummed with contained power. The silver veins running through the translucent would grow brighter as I fed more essence into the technique. Ready? I said, though my heart was beating considerably faster than normal. Lu Chang nodded and opened his mouth. The roar that emerged was unlike anything I'd ever heard. It wasn't just sound. It was concentrated spiritual energy shaped into an attack that struck with the force of a physical blow. The sonic technique shot through the air like a visible wave of distortion, aimed directly at my position. Through my spiritual sense, I could feel the enormous power behind the attack. This wasn't just loud noise. This was weaponized sound enhanced by elemental realm cultivation, capable of liquefying internal organs and shattering bone. The sonic blast struck my manifested branch with devastating force. Dust and debris exploded outward from the point of impact, formation arrays throughout the training ground flaring to contain the energy release. The sound was deafening, even with my vine armor providing some protection for my ears. When the dust finally settled, I was completely unharmed. The vine armor hadn't even been singed, but the branch that had protected me showed a network of hair-thin cracks running through its structure before it finally dissipated, returning its essence to my inner world. The technique had protected me successfully, but the spiritual energy cost had been enormous. I could feel half of my cultivation base had depleted from maintaining the manifestation against such a powerful attack. Incredible, Lu Chang breathed, staring at where the branch had been. It actually held against an elemental realm technique. Cracked, but it held. Suyu was on her feet, her eyes wide with amazement. I've never seen a chi condensation cultivator successfully defend against one of Lu Chang's sonic attacks. That defense of yours is absolutely extraordinary. I nodded, but internally I was processing something else entirely. The power behind that attack had been staggering. My robes were soaked with sweat, not from the physical exertion but from the sheer terror of experiencing that level of concentrated force directed at me. It was only now that I truly understood the gap between outer disciples and inner disciples. Lu Chang had made significant progress since our battle with Kujun. This was what a genuine inner disciple was capable of when they stopped playing around. Master, Azure said quietly, that attack would have killed you instantly without the tree manifestation. The power differential is substantial. I unwrapped myself from the vine armor, trying to look more composed than I felt. The casual way Lu Chang had unleashed that level of force was deeply unsettling. How many other inner disciples possessed similar capabilities? Suyu must have recognized the look in my eyes, because she quickly spoke up. Don't be too surprised by what you just experienced. Lu Chang isn't just any inner disciple. He's ranked number 1 among all Qi condensation cultivators in the entire sect. Wait, what? I asked, my fatigue momentarily forgotten. There are rankings? Lu Chang nodded, settling into a more relaxed posture now that our sparring session had clearly ended. Azure Peak Sect maintains cultivation realm rankings rather than separating by disciple status like some other sects. All Qi condensation cultivators are ranked together, regardless of whether they're outer disciples, inner disciples, or core disciples. How does the ranking system work? I asked, genuinely curious. This was the first I'd heard of any official power rankings within the sect, but that was likely because I'd been hyper-focused on cultivating to worry about such things. The primary factor is cultivation level, Lu Chang explained. A 9th stage cultivator will generally rank higher than an 8th stage cultivator. But the most effective way to change your ranking is through combat challenges. After all, there are plenty of cultivators who can fight above their apparent level. I nodded, thinking of my own ability to punch well above my cultivation stage. What's the point of these rankings? Just bragging rights? Mostly reputation and pride, Lu Chang replied with a slight smile. Though the top 3 do receive additional spirit stone allocations each month. He paused, a slightly rueful expression crossing his face. Though I have to say, being number 1 gets tiring after a while. Everyone wants to challenge you to try and take your spot. I probably get at least 3 formal challenge requests every month. That actually sounded exhausting. The constant pressure of having to defend your position, never being able to relax or take time for focused cultivation without worrying about someone trying to knock you down a peg. So where do I rank? I asked, curiosity getting the better of me. Suyu grinned and pulled out a crystal from her storage pouch. She channeled some qi into it, and suddenly an image appeared in the air above the crystal, showing what looked like an official sect document. You, Wei Lin, and Wu Kongming have all shot up the rankings because of your tournament performance, she said, manipulating the display to show the current top 10. My eyes widened as I read the list. Azure Peak Sect Qi Condensation Realm Rankings. 1. Lu Chang Pseudo-Elemental Realm. 2. Xiao Yen Pseudo-Elemental Realm. 3. Li Xianfeng Pseudo-Elemental Realm. 4. Wu Kongming Pseudo-Elemental Realm. 5. Ku Yin Pseudo-Elemental Realm. 6. Wei Lin, 10th Stage Qi Condensation. 7. Chun Wei, 9th Stage Qi Condensation. 8. Suyu, 9th Stage Qi Condensation. 9. Luo Chen, 9th Stage Qi Condensation. 10. Yuanzhen, 9th Stage Qi Condensation. I stared at the rankings, processing what I was seeing. I'd known how powerful Wu Kongming and I were, and I'd assumed that there weren't really any Qi condensation cultivators in the sect who could match us. Apparently, I'd been wrong. Very wrong. Today's sparring session had given me a better understanding of just how powerful Lu Chang was. But numbers 2 and 3 on that list were complete unknowns to me. Xiao Yen and Li Xianfeng. I'd never even heard those names before. Just how strong are the 2nd and 3rd ranked cultivators? I asked. Lu Chang's expression became more serious. Powerful enough that I consider them genuine threats. Both of them have hunted multiple elemental realm beasts by themselves. Suyu nodded in agreement. Xiao Yen. She's a core disciple who specializes in ice-based techniques that can apparently freeze spiritual energy itself. As for Li Xianfeng, Lu Chang continued. He's an inner disciple with some kind of lightning cultivation method that lets him move faster than most people can track. The rumor is that he's never been hit by an attack in formal combat. If there were cultivators out there who could challenge Lu Chang, someone who just casually unleashed an elemental realm attack, then what kind of monsters was I potentially going to face when I entered the inner sect? While the prospect was a little daunting, it was also exciting. Looking at that ranking again, I felt a surge of satisfaction. Number 5 in the entire sect among all Qi condensation cultivators. That was actually pretty impressive, especially considering I'd only been an outer disciple for less than a year. Master, Azure said with what sounded like pride. Being ranked 5th despite your recent arrival suggests your growth has been truly exceptional. The sect's leadership clearly recognizes your potential. That was true. A few months ago, I'd been nobody special. Just another village kid trying to survive cultivation training. Now I was ranked among the top cultivators in my realm within one of the major sections. That felt like genuine acknowledgement of everything I'd worked for. Sure, there were stronger cultivators ahead of me, but that was expected. No matter how powerful I became, there would always be another mountain to climb, another challenge to overcome. The moment you grew comfortable with your power was the moment you stopped growing entirely. Such was the way of the cultivation world. As we walked back through the inner sect, my mind wandered to something that had been nagging at me since the tournament was announced. This was a major event, with hundreds of participants and thousands of spectators from across the sect and beyond. And in my experience, no matter the world, whenever you had that many people gathered around a competition, there was always one constant. Gambling. I'd never been much of a gambler back on Earth. Too cautious, too analytical, always thinking about the odds and risk management rather than getting caught up in the excitement. But this situation was different. I'd spent months preparing for this tournament, accumulated techniques and abilities that most cultivators couldn't even dream of, and frankly, I had what could only be described as unfair advantages. If there was ever a time to put money where my mouth was, this was it. Lu Chong, I said, interrupting whatever Su you had been saying about fire cultivation theory. This might sound like an odd question, but where would someone go to place a bet on the tournament? Lu Chong stopped walking and turned to look at me, one eyebrow raised. A slow grin spread across his face as understanding dawned. Now that's the kind of confidence I like to hear, he said, clapping me on the shoulder with enough force to make me stumble slightly. You're thinking like a true cultivator. If you don't believe in yourself, who will? So you looked between us with amusement. Half the fun of these events is watching people lose their spirit stones on bad predictions. So, you know where the betting is happening? I asked. Oh, absolutely. Lu Chong nodded enthusiastically. There's a whole pavilion set up near the outer sect markets specifically for tournament betting. They've got odds on everything. Individual winners, team performances, specific matchups, even side bets on how many rounds certain people will last. The more he talked, the more intrigued I became. This wasn't just casual wagering between friends. It sounded like a full-scale operation. Want to take a look? So you suggested. I was planning to place a small bet myself. Nothing too serious. Lead the way, I said, feeling a familiar rush of anticipation that I remembered from my college poker games. Except this time, instead of betting on cards, I was betting on my own abilities. The betting pavilion was located in a bustling area between the outer sect markets and the main administrative buildings. As we approached, I could see it was actually a series of connected tents and temporary structures, all centered around a large wooden board covered in what looked like constantly changing numbers and names. The crowd was impressive. Outer disciples clustered around smaller betting stations, pooling their limited spirit stones together for group bets. Inner disciples moved with more confidence, some placing substantial individual wagers. I even spotted a few people in elder robes observing the proceedings. ssnovelire.net. The whole operation is sanctioned by the sect administration, Lu Chong explained as we got closer. They take a small percentage of all bets, but it's considered part of the tournament festivities. Keeps people engaged and provides additional funding for sect resources. As we pushed through the crowd toward the main betting board, I started picking up fragments of conversation from the disciples around us. Yuan Zhen's odds dropped again. Someone must know something we don't. Putting 100 spirit stones on that Wu Kongming kid. Did you see what he did to that golem in the Fallen Realm? Chun Feng for the semifinals. Shadow techniques always perform well in single elimination. Waste of money betting against the favorites. Stick with the sure things. The main betting board was a marvel of formation work. Names appeared and disappeared as odds shifted in real time, probably connected to some kind of sect-wide information network that tracked betting patterns and adjusted probabilities accordingly. At the top of the board, in large, bold characters, were the tournament favorites. Individual winner odds. Wu Kongming 2:1. Ku Yin 4:1. Wei Lin 5:1. Yuan Zhen 6:1. Luo Yichen 7:1. Chun Feng 8:1. Ming Yu 10:1. Earth Fist Lu 12:1. I stared at my own name for a moment, processing what I was seeing. Second overall favorite wasn't bad, but Wu Kongming's position as the clear betting favorite was interesting. The clash between us in the Fallen Realm had apparently made quite an impression on the spectators. Honestly, I preferred it this way. Being underestimated had served me well throughout my time in this world, and if people wanted to bet against me, I was more than happy to take their spirit stones. This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. If you spot it on Amazon, please report it. Looks like your appearance has caused quite a stir, Suyu said with amusement. I followed her gaze and noticed that our arrival had started attracting attention from the other disciples. Whispered conversations began spreading through the crowd as people recognized me. That's Ku Yin, isn't it? One of the tournament participants. What's he doing here? Shouldn't he be training? Bold of him to show up at the betting pavilion. Most participants are too nervous to think about gambling. Is that Lu Chang with him? The number 1 ranked Qi condensation cultivator. The attention was a bit uncomfortable, but Lu Chang seemed completely unfazed by the murmurs and stares. I supposed when you held the top ranking in the entire sect, you got used to people talking about you wherever you went. Don't mind them, Lu Chang said quietly. It's not unusual for participants to bet on themselves, though they're right that most are too focused on preparation to think about it. The fact that you're here suggests either tremendous confidence or complete recklessness. Let's hope it's confidence, I replied. We made our way to one of the betting stations where a harried-looking inner disciple was managing a constant stream of wagers. When he looked up and saw me, his eyes widened slightly. Ku Yin, correct? One of the tournament participants. At my nod, he continued. It's always exciting when the competitors themselves place bets. What can I do for you? I reached into my storage ring and withdrew my entire collection of spirit stones. 10,000 stones, gleaming in neat stacks that I placed on the counter. The betting clerk's eyes widened further, and I heard several gasps from disciples who'd been close enough to see. I want to bet on myself to win the entire tournament, I said clearly. The clerk consulted his formation board quickly. At current odds of 4-1, a 10,000 spirit stone bet will return 40,000 spirit stones if you win plus your original stake, for a total of 50,000 spirit stones. That's quite a substantial wager. 10,000 spirit stones might seem like an enormous amount to most Qi condensation cultivators, but in the grand scheme of cultivation resources, it was honestly pretty modest. An elemental realm cultivator could probably earn that much hunting an elemental realm beast or two. And for someone with my abilities, replacing the money wouldn't be that difficult if I did happen to lose it all. More importantly, I rarely used spirit stones for purchases anyway. Most of my inner world development came from direct resource gathering or trading rather than monetary transactions. The stones were useful to have, but not critical to my cultivation progress. Confirmed, I said. All 10,000 on myself to win. The clerk began processing the bet, his formation tools glowing as they recorded the transaction. Around us, the crowd had grown noticeably larger as word spread that one of the tournament participants was making a massive bet on himself. Confident, isn't he? 10,000 stones on himself? That's either brilliant or insane. Must know something we don't if he's willing to risk that much. Lu Chang's with him though. Maybe he knows Ku Yin's true capabilities. As the betting receipt materialized and was handed to me, I felt a familiar presence approaching through the crowd. Turning, I spotted a familiar head of dark hair moving toward us. Wei Lin, I called out with a grin. I should have known I'd find you here. My friend emerged from the crowd, looking completely at home in the chaotic betting environment. Wherever there was money to be made, Wei Lin had an uncanny ability to appear. Ku-in, Wei Lin approached with a smile. Lu Chang, Suyu, good to see you all. Though I have to admit, I'm surprised to find you here. Ku-in, I never took you for the betting type. First time, actually, I admitted. But with all the preparation I've put into this tournament, it seemed like a missed opportunity not to put some money behind my confidence. Wei Lin's expression shifted to one of approval as he clapped me on the shoulder. Now that's what I like to hear. It's about time you started believing in yourself properly. A cultivator who won't bet on his own success is a cultivator who lacks conviction. I take it you're here for the same reason? I asked. Wei Lin's grin became slightly more mysterious. Well, a cultivator should always bet on themselves, absolutely. But a good merchant also bets on probability, not sentiment. That sounds suspiciously like you didn't bet on yourself. I bet on the most likely outcomes based on available information, Wei Lin said with a slight smile. Sometimes that aligns with personal preference, sometimes it doesn't. The market doesn't care about our feelings, only about results. Before I could ask for clarification about what exactly he'd wagered on, Wei Lin was already stepping back and offering another bow to our group. I need to get back to my final preparations, he said. Good luck with your bet, brother. See you all soon. And just like that, he was gone, disappearing into the crowd with the same easy confidence he brought to everything else. What do you think he meant by that? Suyu asked, echoing my own confusion. Lu Chang just shook his head with amusement. With Wei Lin, it could mean anything. The man thinks 3 moves ahead in every situation. He probably has bets placed on outcomes we haven't even considered. As we left the betting pavilion and began the walk back to the outer sect, I found myself thinking about the strange dynamic that had developed among the tournament participants. Here we were, all preparing to face each other in single elimination combat, yet still maintaining friendships and alliances that went beyond the competition. It was a uniquely cultivation world phenomenon, I supposed. In a society where personal power was everything, there was a certain respect for skilled opponents that transcended simple rivalry. Wu Kongming and I could acknowledge each other as worthy adversaries while still maintaining our agreement for a proper duel. Wei Lin could offer genuine encouragement for my success while clearly having his own plans in motion. Master, Azure commented as we walked, the betting culture here is quite sophisticated, much more organized than what you'd typically see in smaller sects or cities. He was right. The entire operation had felt professional, almost corporate in its efficiency. Formation-powered odds calculations, real-time probability adjustments, systematic record-keeping. Azure Peak Sect clearly took its tournament gambling seriously. It makes sense, I replied internally. Major events like this bring in visitors from across the region. The sect probably earns significant revenue from the betting operations, and it keeps everyone engaged in the outcomes. By the time we reached my quarters, the afternoon was beginning to fade into evening. Tomorrow would be my final day of preparation before the individual tournament stage began, and I was starting to feel the familiar pre-competition excitement building in my chest. If everything went according to plan, I'd not only earn access to the elemental chamber and achieve breakthrough to the elemental realm, but I'd also be 40,000 spirit stones richer in the process. Not a bad potential outcome for a day's work. I bid farewell to Lu Chang and Suyu, thanking them again for the sparring session and the trip to the betting pavilion. As I settled into my quarters for the evening, I couldn't help but smile at the absurdity of the situation. A few months ago, I'd been a desperate outer disciple just trying to survive sect training. Now I was considered one of the tournament favorites, ranked 5th among all chi condensation cultivators in the sect, and confident enough to bet my entire savings on my own success. The cultivation world certainly had a way of accelerating personal growth, in more ways than one. Tomorrow would be my last day of preparation. Then, assuming all went well, it would be time to put all of my training, techniques, and unfair advantages to the ultimate test. I was looking forward to it. The final day before the tournament passed in a blur of focused training. I'd spent most of it in one of the smaller practice areas, working on refining my techniques rather than learning anything new. At this point, adding more abilities to my arsenal would probably just create confusion when the pressure was on. My main focus had been on reducing the spiritual essence cost of the tree manifestation technique. Through careful practice, I'd managed to bring down the energy requirement by about 15%, which might not sound like much, but in a prolonged fight, that efficiency could mean the difference between victory and exhaustion. I'd also worked on something Azure had suggested, seamlessly transitioning between different energy sources mid-combat. Switching from regular Qi to red sun energy and back again without telegraphing the change to my opponent. It was trickier than it sounded, like trying to change gears in a manual transmission while racing down a mountain road. "Your energy transitions are becoming much smoother, Master," Azure had commented during one of my practice sessions. "The delay between switching from spiritual essence to red sun energy has decreased to barely 1/10 of a second." "Still not fast enough?" I'd replied, wiping sweat from my forehead. In real combat, even that tiny delay could be exploited by someone like Wu Kongming. Perfection takes time. Remember, most cultivators don't even have different energy sources to attempt switching. The fact that you're managing it at all puts you ahead of 99% of your peers. That evening, my parents had surprised me by suggesting we go to one of the food stalls in the outer sect markets for what they called a good luck meal. The gesture was sweet in a way that made my chest feel warm and tight at the same time. We'd ended up at a small establishment run by an elderly mortal couple who were former disciples that never progressed further than the Qi condensation realm. They specialized in comfort food that somehow managed to taste like home even when you'd never eaten it before. My mother had insisted on ordering entirely too much food, claiming I needed to build up my strength for tomorrow's battles. "You're going to do wonderfully," she'd said, reaching across the table to squeeze my hand. "I can feel it." My father had nodded sagely while attacking a particularly impressive dumpling. "Your mother's instincts are usually right about these things. Trust me, I've learned not to argue with her when she gets that look in her eyes." When the meal was finished and the proprietor had brought over the bill, I'd managed to catch his eye and subtly slip him enough spirit stones to cover everything, along with a generous tip. A few quiet words and a small gesture toward my outer disciple robes, and suddenly our meal was on the house in honor of me making it to the individual tournament stage. Just like last time, my parents had been delighted by the generosity, though I'd caught my mother giving me a suspicious look that suggested she might have figured out what had actually happened. She hadn't said anything though, just smiled and thanked the owner profusely. Now I was walking back to my quarters alone, taking the longer route that wound past the sect's central lake. The evening air was pleasantly cool, and I was feeling genuinely relaxed for the first time in days. Tomorrow would bring whatever challenges it brought, but tonight I could just enjoy the simple pleasure of a good meal and my parents' company. That's when I heard the singing. It was coming from the direction of the lake, a melodious voice that seemed to drift across the water. The voice was unmistakably female, and there was something almost hypnotic about the way the notes seemed to hang in the air. I slowed my steps, trying to place why the sound was making the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It wasn't that the singing was bad. Quite the opposite, actually. It was beautiful in the kind of way that made you want to move closer without really thinking about why. "Master," Azure said quietly, "are you sensing what I'm sensing about that singing? You mean the fact that it sounds like it's specifically designed to draw people toward it?" I replied mentally. "Yeah, I noticed that too." The Azure Peak sect had proper bathing facilities scattered throughout the different districts. Private chambers with hot springs fed by natural formations, communal baths for those who preferred company, even gender-separated pools for more traditional cultivators. There was absolutely no reason for anyone to be bathing in the central lake unless they specifically wanted to be discovered. But with cultivators, one could never be certain. They always found a way to do the most illogical things and rationalize it. I paused at the edge of the path, listening more carefully to the singing. Now that I was paying attention, I could pick out subtle Qi fluctuations woven into the melody. This wasn't just someone enjoying a pleasant evening swim and happening to sing while they bathed. This was deliberate. My mind immediately went to the cultivation novels I'd read back on Earth. This was such a classic setup it might as well have come with a warning label. Beautiful girl bathing in secluded location. Male protagonist walks in by accident. Drama ensues. The typical progression was painfully predictable. Guy stumbles upon girl bathing, usually naked. Girl screams and covers herself, then attacks guy for being a pervert. Guy insists it was an accident, but girl doesn't believe him. This leads to a toxic relationship where she constantly beats him up while he gradually falls in love with her. Somehow, after a few hundred chapters of abuse disguised as tension, they end up married. I'd never understood that particular trope. You might be reading a stolen copy. Visit Royal Road for the authentic version. First, why would any self-respecting woman want to marry someone she genuinely believed was a pervert? And second, why would anyone want to be in a relationship with someone who regularly tried to cause them physical harm? The whole dynamic seemed deeply unhealthy from every possible angle. But more importantly, I had absolutely zero intention of playing the role of the accidentally perverted male lead in this particular scenario. Master, Azure said with what sounded suspiciously like amusement. Are you seriously going to run away from a potentially beautiful woman because you're afraid of cultivation novel cliches? Azure, my friend, there are times when paranoia is just good sense wearing a disguise. I replied, already turning away from the lake. Besides, even if this particular scenario doesn't follow the typical pattern, there's still no good reason for me to go investigating mysterious singing coming from someone's bath time. What followed could generously be described as a strategic withdrawal. Less generously, it was me running for my life from a perfectly innocent-looking body of water. I activated Blink Step twice to put as much distance as possible between myself and whatever trap was waiting by the lake. Master, Azure laughed. I believe you may have just set a new record for fastest retreat from a potential romantic encounter. And I'm proud of that record, I replied, not slowing down until I was safely within the outer Disciple residential area. Some tropes are better avoided entirely, and even if I'm completely wrong about this being some kind of setup, I still made the right choice. There's no scenario where accidentally walking in on someone bathing ends well for anyone involved. I suppose that's a fair point, Azure conceded, though I have to admit, your danger sense seems to extend to areas I wouldn't have considered. It's called pattern recognition, I replied, settling into a comfortable walking pace now that I was safely away from whatever had been happening at the lake. And in this particular world, beautiful women who seem to appear out of nowhere are usually either trying to kill you, manipulate you, or both. My quarters felt like a sanctuary when I finally reached them. I went through my evening routine methodically, checking my equipment, reviewing my techniques one final time, making sure everything was prepared for tomorrow's battles. As I settled into my bed, I felt confident with my decision. Whatever game was being played at that lake tonight, I was perfectly content to let someone else be the protagonist of that particular story. The young woman emerged from the lake, water streaming from her perfect form as she reached for the purple robes she'd left carefully folded on the shore. The moonlight caught the droplets cascading from her long black hair, creating an almost ethereal effect that would have stopped any normal man in his tracks. Her natural beauty was breathtaking, the kind of otherworldly perfection that made mortal women seem plain by comparison. Every curve, every line of her body spoke of divine craftsmanship, enhanced by years of cultivation that had refined her physical form to impossible standards. But that beauty was completely ruined by the furious scowl twisting her features. Wulihua pulled her robes around herself with sharp, angry movements, her golden eyes blazing with frustrated rage. When she'd first encountered Ku'in practicing the Phantom Strike technique months ago, it had been nothing more than idle amusement. Another outer disciple to add to her collection of admirers, useful for gathering information or handling minor tasks that were beneath her direct attention. And then perhaps one day, if they were worthy, they would turn into fuel to advance her cultivation. But after Ku'in had chosen the World Tree Sutra and had some success with it, everything had changed. Her master had given her a direct command: bring the World Tree Cultivator under her control. So, she had decided to test the waters by having Wu Kongming attempt to kill Ku'in. She hadn't expected him to actually succeed. Her ex-fiancé was skilled, but the village boy had proven himself resourceful enough to handle worse threats. The real goal had been to force Ku'in into revealing his full capabilities in a life-or-death situation. Knowledge was power, and understanding her target's full capabilities was essential for developing effective countermeasures. And if Wu Kongming had somehow managed to actually kill him, well, her master had no use for dead cultivators anyway. The World Tree Sutra user had to be alive and functional to be of any value. Wu Lihua's hands clenched into fists as she remembered how that plan had failed spectacularly. For a brief moment, that ordinary-looking ring of his had activated and her hold over Wu Kongming's mind had been completely shattered, even allowing the real Wu Lihua to surface and beg for help. The memory of that terrified, desperate voice still made her uncomfortable in ways she preferred not to examine. After that failure, she'd decided to target the problematic outer disciple directly. Her cultivation method was incredibly effective, but it had one crucial limitation. She needed her targets to have some kind of emotional connection to her before she could sink her mental hooks into their minds. With Wu Kongming, that had been embarrassingly easy. The fool still loved her despite everything that had happened between them. His genuine feelings had made him vulnerable to her influence, allowing her to push and manipulate his emotions until he was ready to commit murder at her suggestion. But Ku'in had proven frustratingly immune to her usual methods. She was naturally beautiful, that was simply fact. But her cultivation method enhanced that natural allure, making her seem irresistibly desirable to almost anyone who looked at her. Men and women alike found themselves drawn to her, their thoughts becoming clouded with admiration and longing that she could then shape and exploit. Yet somehow, Ku'in had consistently avoided her like she was diseased. Every time she tried to approach him, every attempt at casual conversation or seemingly innocent interaction, he'd found excuses to escape. It was baffling and deeply frustrating. But since love and admiration weren't working, she decided to target a weakness that all men supposedly shared: lust. SSBYNovelFire.net. The plan had been elegantly simple. She'd had one of the outer disciples who worked for her. There were always a few desperate souls willing to curry favor with a core disciple, clear the area around the lake and keep other disciples away. Then she'd positioned herself in the water, timing her bathing to coincide with when Ku'in would be returning from his evening meal with his parents. Even the song itself was carefully chosen. It was a technique that wove spiritual energy into each note to lower inhibitions and spark curiosity. And then once he saw her naked form, a seed of lustful desire would be enough for her to sink her claws into his heart. But instead of being drawn to her voice like every other man who'd heard it, Ku'in had done something completely unexpected. He'd run away. She tried to intercept him, of course, rising from the water in hopes that even a glimpse would be enough to plant the necessary seed of desire. But before she could even move, he was long gone. The speed of his retreat had been insulting. Wu Lihua's steps slowed as she approached her quarters, a familiar chill running down her spine. There was something wrong with the spiritual energy around her residence. As she drew closer, the source became unmistakable. A civilization realm aura, vast and terrible and utterly controlled, emanating from inside her private chambers. Her master was here. Wu Lihua's face went pale. This was supposed to be a simple recruitment mission. She was supposed to have Ku'in under her control by now, ready to be delivered to her master's larger plans. Instead, she'd failed twice, and now she was going to have to explain those failures to one of the most powerful cultivators in the sect. Her hands trembled slightly as she reached for the door to her quarters, knowing that whatever waited inside would determine whether she lived to see another sunrise.